Give me just a second, Scala. All right, we all ready to go?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on.
What?
Let me see if. Okay, I'm ready when you are. Welcome back to Oasis Valley Mysteries, a Monster of the Week game set in the town of Redemption, Arizona in the year 1992. Last time we began our journey here in the Sonoran Desert, the party coming together to deal with a second dangers to hunt and prey upon the populace. Endofauna taken from the superorganism by poachers had gained their freedom after a mysterious crash, unleashing blood-ravenous chupacabras, a vicious horplodite, and a mysterious crocodilia known as a sirandra. Through their efforts, the group was able to track down the escaped Endofauna, capturing most and miraculously befriending one. Revealed to be a sentient and intelligent being through magical means, the group managed to befriend the Sierandra, dubbing it Thundar before it guided them back to the poachers that captured it. Finding the poachers massacred with only one maddened survivor, the group followed Thundar into the long-abandoned mine and discovered a newly surfaced extension of the surface of the superorganism. Safely returned to the superorganism, Thundar was reunited with another Sirandra, and the game left off with members of the party realizing they were being watched, spotting a grotesque humanoid figure staring at them from a distance. The crocodilians telepathically referring to it as the Flayed Man after it disappeared into the superorganism. We resume tonight, a week after these events. All right, here we go. The moon is nearly a quarter full in the night sky over Oasis Valley. The sound of crickets and the hooting of owls with the occasional coyote yipping in the distance filling the night air. Daniel Langlois is working the night shift at a gas station on the outskirts of Redemption, the young man yawning as he stood outside taking a smoke break. His last customer had been over an hour ago, a vampire grumpily demanding if their shipment of new blood had arrived yet, the very shipment that Daniel is waiting for now. Almost as if on cue, he hears the rumble of a truck engine and spots the lights coming down the road before pulling into the lot. Boredom was broken by procedure as the truck pulled into position and the driver met with the young man, exchanging pleasantries as they signed paperwork and started to unload the truck. As the driver, a middle-aged man who looked just as tired as he felt, started rolling off boxes of snacks and drinks from the back of the truck, Daniel went back inside with the paperwork to file for the morning shift. With the door to the store open for the delivery, he could hear the rattling of the dolly up and down the ramp and the clink of glass bottles. There was a sudden crash of smashing glass and a couple exclamations of the driver, and Daniel called out in concern, "You all right?" "Yeah, just my luck. I smashed a crate of that new blood stuff." "At least there's some more," the man calls back, and then Daniel hears him, "Ugh, it even smells like the real deal." Daniel sighed as he thought of how he was going to have to clean up this mess somehow. Taking a crate of cigarettes from the pile of deliveries, he started to stock the cartons onto the shelves when he heard the driver gasp out in pain. He called out again, "You all right? Didn't cut yourself on the glass, did you?" There was no answer. As When there was no answer, the attendant grumbled and walked out from behind the counter to the door. "Come on, man, are you all..." He trailed off as his expression confusion turns to fear as he sees the legs of the driver dangling several feet off the ground as something on top of the truck held him aloft, a ghastly slurping sound filling the night air. It was too dark for the young man to see what held the twitching body off the ground, but he didn't need to see it as the body dropped to the blood-splattered ground, the attendant turning to flee into the safety of the gas station. However, something snagged his ankle, making him fall hard with his chin hitting the linoleum, making his vision swim as he felt himself dragged rapidly back into the darkness of the parking lot, even as his claws froze in the linoleum. The last sensations of the young man felt was a searing pain as something pierced into the side of his neck, and the singularly strange sensation of being drained as his blood was rapidly siphoned until his world went black with the sound of his heartbeat in his ears. The bodies of the gas station attendant and the delivery driver were found hours later with the delivery of the morning paper. And
Well then.
we are actually going to start, we're going to jump back a little bit, and because we need to pick up where we left off from the last session, the discovery of the superorganism entrance and the returning of the Scorpionite, and most importantly, Hanzo, Winifred, and Olivia. How will you be reporting this to your superiors? because Hanzo, your boss knows that you were seeking down a possible where these poachers were getting it. And Winifred, it is really part of your job to report possible entrances to the surface. Although usually it's done from the other direction.
Yeah, so my
I
reasoning
guess
was that it's like Hanzo already informed McLean that there was a possible another emergence point, and kept dropping those hints, and even telling him is like, hey, if we don't get back, here are the coordinates. So in his mind, it it would get him into trouble to deny that the place exists at all, and he himself has not had reason to mistrust pluripotent on principle. With that be so he did spill the beans of the location. With that being said, he did not mention anything about the Ciandre being intelligent, or just being intelligent, because as far as he knows, he's never heard anything like that, and the last thing he wants is his boss to think that he's crazy. But he definitely did he definitely mentioned the flayed one, because that thing is way too creepy, and from the fucking ruin it caused, way too dangerous to keep a secret.
okay.
That's
And
valid.
you're turning the surviving vulture over to pluripotent, right?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that
Oh,
actually reminds me, like, one of his other reasons for it is because, they seriously don't have, but with the group, our group does not have the manpower to regularly check on that entrance. And he does not want another fucking outbreak.
excellent.
Definitely a hole.
And Olivia, I assume it's kind of the same story with the preserve.
I actually would have told Lucia that
Right.
about the Calandre.
She's actually due to show up in like a day or two, so we will
He's
actually.
still not back.
No, because this is we're
We went
like
back.
discussing like the day
Okay.
after. When we
Okay, then
jump into
then,
the actual game time, she will have been back. So
okay.
but
Then she would have left out the fact that we talked to the Scarandre, because that's she's not sure how that worked, even though she's like amazed by it. She's not sure how that worked.
Okay. So then before we do that, Hanzo and Winifred, I actually had a scene for the both of you. I'll probably jump back to the entrance stuff, but not long after you both reported in and gave your initial reports to, to the people who showed up on site, and like you called in to McLean, you were actually both called into down to the research labs, like deep in the labs near the entrance near the mall, and you are actually directed to a door that says Dr. Emil Fossick, head of superorganism research and studies. And both of you know this is the head of Pluripotent Science Division. And you are led inside. The office of Dr. Fossick is a rather large room, but even with as much room as it had, it was a cluttered mess of paperwork, scientific equipment, boxy computers, and a large glass terrarium that took up one wall almost completely. You go to look and realize it's a small kit of the superorganism's interior environment. The sealed glass tank interior was somewhat foggy, but it was easy enough to spot some of the smaller endofauna. A red vine-like grew along the meat-like substrate with insects and strange isopods, as well as bright red wildflowers that you've seen growing within the superorganism along the banks of the interior river. There was a cough, and you turned to see Dr. Fossick, a man of gray medium hair tied into a ponytail, framing a bony face, the man looking somewhat underfed as he stands with his hands in his lab coat pockets. And he goes, "So you're the two that discovered the entrance."
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And he goes over to his desk and he moves aside like a pile of papers as he sits down, and he goes, "So, please tell me everything that you can." And he will grill you about what you saw down there, and then have you repeat what you said. I realize I should have had this with you both telling what you said, but so you catch him up and you both leave out the fact that the Sharandra is intelligent, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And he's like, "Oh, that is fascinating." So some kind of communal nature. Interesting. And he's been taking notes like the entire time you've been going in. He's even had like a little tape recorder going. But Hanzo, I would actually like you to roll deal with the agency.
I was actually going to ask about that. Right. That would be a 7, and on a 7 or 8,
Okay.
things aren't
Well,
so great.
I'm gonna like tweak it a little bit because it's not exact, because deal with the agents is a little stricter than what I'm gonna use it for. And he doesn't seem upset with either of you. He just seems really fascinated that, as he even mentions, it has been a very long time since the superorganism extended a proboscis to the surface. And he goes, "This is fascinating." Unfortunately, I'm sure that both of you would be interested, especially you, Winifred, being a deep ranger, would be interested in exploring this. But for the time being, we're going to have to close it off just to ensure that nothing else gets out and no one else gets in. But and he like looks down at his, or he actually looks over to one of those boxy like, late 80s, early 90s computers as he like taps through it, and he goes, "Actually, Winifred, you would be perfect once we are set to start exploring, but we will definitely keep you in mind for being some of the first rangers to go in that way. See how it connects to the rest of the beast." Ah, yes, the flayed one. Or, as the local legends live to call him, Rawhead. Rawhead Bloody Bones.
Rawhead.
And
If you'll
Rawhead.
he seems very dismissive and just annoyed.
If you excuse me asking, sir, so we knew about this thing before?
And he just kind of sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose, and he's like, "Okay, I guess since that both of you have witnessed it, you are technically privy to this classified information already. But yes, they are a known threat of the superorganism. It's actually surprising to see him again. We thought he'd finally been dealt with. Especially him. My advice, if you see him, do whatever you can to get away. They are considered no contact.
Do you believe every sighting has been the same specimen? Or could there be more
There's
than one?
evidence that would lead to it, yes, and he seems to think about it before he answers. He's like, either that or and he stops himself. He goes, "We believe it is the same entity, either some kind of extreme regenerative factor or some other factor."
I know certain animals, even outside of the flesh pit, have incredible longevity. Stands to reason. There's no reason this thing can't also be that old.
And he laughs and he goes, "Oh, there are so many in the among labs in this research that actually think he may predate humanity because of how weird his bone structure is, but no, I think he might be a mutant." And then he positively like, but it's not any of your fields, and he shuffles the papers into a folder. He goes, "Well, I've taken enough of your time. I'm sure you are both tired. I will let you get some rest and recuperate. This must have been a very stressful situation."
I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of bloody scenes, and sir, this was a massacre.
Yes, the forensics photos have gotten back to me, and again, since you have already witnessed him, this kind of bloodshed is fairly common with his appearances, although we are not sure why he just killed the poachers. Maybe it was a territorial thing. And he just shrugs and he goes, "Some things are very resistant to research."
I see.
But he claps his hand and goes, "Well, thank you for your efforts. Go get some rest. I've got work to do." And he just he pauses and he just kind of makes a shuffling motion, like, "Shoot." He doesn't say it, but he's like, "Please leave." You get the feeling he doesn't really interact with normal people much.
I can relate.
Aww.
So officially, the superorganism entrance that you found has been cordoned off to prevent anything getting out or in, but the two of you have been notified that if there's developments, you will be kept in the loop. Since the two of you would work fairly well together, dealing with threats either in or out, as Dara points out to you later, Hanzo. But back to the last week. Actually, Connor,
Mm-hmm.
there's something I wanted to do with you. So not long after witnessing the flayed one, or as Rawhead Bloody Bones, as you would learn his name later, roll me a weird.
All right.
With advantage, actually.
Oh,
It's not really a thing in Monster of the
fun?
Week, but you
Oh,
have special circumstances.
R Nope, I need a thing. 2d6 plus 2. There we go. Let me do the other one real quick. A 9 and 11, so 11.
Ooh, okay, that's good. Sometime after saying that, and possibly when the group of you went to go retrieve the scorpionite in the truck still, to like drag it back into the superorganism, you get this, like, this hasn't happened often, but you hear an actual voice where normally it's just a compulsion or a nudge, or like an intrusive thought. But this time you actually hear that thin, reedy voice that goes, "That thing, it stinks of curses."
Yeah, so what do you want with it?
I want to know more. I want to know more about all of this. Keep up the good work. And that's all you get.
What?
Yeah, thanks, I guess. He just sighs, rubs his temple.
Yeah, you've got like a small migraine from that.
I'd be doing it without the migraine.
Oh, but yeah, no, this is definitely, you've like, it left an ache after that brief bit of contact.
Mm-hmm.
So, and actually, one last thing to cover. Sorry, that not giving much people time to interact yet, but
You just started, don't worry.
the group of you, after making sure the surviving poacher was secured still, and you all went back to the truck, which was parked near where the crashed poacher's truck was. And it was probably around this time that sunrise was starting to happen. And you get to the crash site right as the sun starts to cross it. It's been, sunrise for a few minutes, but as you near the truck, you, like Winifred, you just smell that smell of blood, that rich smell of copper and iron, and like even the rest of you, it's noticeable. But as you approach, you see where there was the mud of just blood-soaked dirt. You see a field of these rich red wildflowers, very similar to other ones you'd seen deep inside the superorganism itself. And they are just, wherever there was a drop of blood that had spilled, you see a cluster of these flowers.
Carlos would pick one because he gives none fucks.
We're all together?
Yep. Yeah, because you had parked I believe you had parked the truck with the scorpionite near the crash site, so you'd be going
Yeah.
all to retrieve them and would see this.
And there's a bunch of flowers?
Yep. And when you had been there before, there had been like some desert grass and stuff, but nothing like this.
I'm going to like take a baggie, and put a flower in one of the bags. I'm gonna like put on
Okay.
gloves and not touch it by hand. I'm gonna pluck a couple flowers and put them in a bag to bring back to the doctors.
All right. And later, Hanzo and Winifred, when you had the meeting with Dr. Fossick, you would actually see that inside that big. You would see some of these flowers inside that big terrarium.
Interesting.
But it is pretty much unless there was like some discussions you all wanted to have in the aftermath of that, we're pretty much caught up with what I needed to touch on, so we could jump towards the modern day.
Yes, the modern day of 1992.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the far
But
off
1
year of
week later.
1992. Yes, and is you know, let's say it's probably like no, it's probably later than that. 6 in the evening. Carlos, it's probably like right around the lunch rush for you. But what would everyone be doing? Just for ease, Fred and Connor, I would say just, Connor, you probably got off work. Fred, you've got a day off actually.
Oh, that's nice.
So you've
Um,
actually got your night free ahead of you. So what would you all be doing on an afternoon or evening like this?
Well, I'm hanging out in the diner because it's one of the
Oh,
only social areas I know.
shoot.
Oh, do you not
I'm
want me at the
sorry.
diner?
I forgot to do the Lucia and Olivia thing, but we can get back to that. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Fred. Continue.
Yeah, I'm at the diner. Yeah. Have you seen this new Simpsons show? I don't know why they gotta make the dads a buffoon all the time. Sometimes dad's just trying his
Oh.
best.
It's public television. I mean, I don't have exactly high standards.
The little girl on the show reminds me of my kid, though. Did I ever tell you about my kid?
Couple of times.
Yeah. So how
You
you
can tell
doing?
me. Oh, I'm doing good. Got the new attraction part from our little escapade put up in the ride. Don't know how that's going to go over yet. Haven't had too many customers just yet. But I think it'll be interesting when I'm done.
Well, don't worry, you'll get customers one of these days.
Yeah, I get customers. We're just on the off season.
Yeah, at some point you'll get customers. It'll be fine.
Oh.
But yeah. So based on our little escapades in the desert, we may or may not have a couple of new friends in the ride. And I think I've outdone myself from the previous crappy animatronics in these brand new, slightly dingier animatronics.
Oh no.
You
But I've
saw
been
the
working.
issue where they eat children's heads?
Oh, I took that out ages ago. I don't know what it was about that one dude having the kid's head being eaten. I heard a rumor that the old owner had a thing against kids. I never really asked, but yeah, I took that out.
Yeah, I was making a joke, so that's actually very upsetting.
I know, right? But I took that out ages ago.
Huh. So how do you think that poacher situation resolved? Like, did they get the whole gang, or?
Oh, we dropped off that one guy at the police station, I think, and
Oh,
I'm pretty sure
I
the
mean,
rest.
how often do the cops do anything?
I mean, you're not wrong. But as far as I know, the rest of the poachers are dead.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty resolved.
Yeah, unless if there's something I don't know. I haven't been back out there. Kind of figured I'd get yelled at if I just showed back up out into you know, by myself out to where the new hole is. It's probably crawling with pluripotent people now.
Yeah, I get worried about crawling into strange holes.
And like Carla, the waitress, as she's like fill it, like walking by with the plate. She tries not to laugh. And she's like, Fred.
Oh, did I say
She's just-
something funny? Did I
And
say
she
something
just
that made you
goes.
laugh a little bit there?
And she's laughing as she goes, carries the order to someone sitting at a booth.
Ah, we have fun.
And
What do you do? What do you do, Shady? No.
speaking of Tommy, what's Tommy up to?
Also climbing into strange holes, oddly enough.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a hole by the sewer pipes, and Tommy's investigating it.
Okay, excellent. Actually, that's perfect.
Hey,
Let's
They
see.
say
Let's see.
he's
Let's
got
see.
the whole world in his hands, huh?
no, on his hands.
Okay, so let's see. Roll me a sharp.
Hey,
Since you're kind of snooping around investigating.
Okay, one moment.
And this is like it's like looks like a drain that would go off into a wash for the times
Dang
that
that.
there is rain in town. But
1 second, please hold.
that would yeah.
A 7.
And yeah, it's like this drainage pipe that looks like it leads to a wash that would probably connect to the dump into the river when there's rain and flooding happens, or to prevent flooding. But you actually see that it looks like there has been other habitation here from other vagrants and homeless people, but it doesn't look like it's occupied at the moment.
Yes.
There's the typical graffiti and stuff, but as you go inside, you actually do see like a platform, like there's like a little alcove that like as the pipe continues going on, and it goes on for a while, but find this little alcove area, and there's actually a platform built up on cinder blocks with a little wooden floor, or not floor, but like plywood set up to be like a platform on top of the cinder blocks, and there's actually a cot that's pretty dusty, and it looks like this was someone else's little home, but looking around, it looks like it's been empty for a while. There's just like this cot, probably serviceable, but we don't know how old it is. And there's like empty cans, some beer bottles that are stacked up or piled in a corner. But
Tommy.
yeah, it looks like
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
Tommy does the thing where you take your two hands and make a square with them, and he looks in that square and goes like,
Your camera frame.
Yes. This is free real estate. Heck yeah. All I need to do is tidy up a little bit, maybe add a nice little frame here and there, spruce it up, maybe a potted plant.
And there's like a little even though it is like a wooden like plywood, like a couple pieces of plywood stacked up to make it the platform, there is like a section where bricks have been laid out, and it looks like that's where there was like a little campfire someone did, or cooking fire.
Ah, and warmth in the winter? Yes, yes, it's all coming up, Tommy.
Oh.
And as you're actually down there, setting up, I assume, you hear the crunch of like gravel and not like footsteps, more like actually when you look out, you see a pair of bikes go riding by. You recognize them from the diner, Rio and Manny, the two kids that you'd seen a few times, and actually you would remember Fred rescued them or helped rescue them from the chupacabra.
They're just doing kid things. They're not coming
Yeah,
on
they're
top
just-
of my. They're not coming on top of my living room floor, are they?
No. Like they look like they're just like kind of riding their bikes up like through the wash, and they're chatting and stuff, and you know it's too far to hear what they're saying, but they just like they're off, typical kid adventure stuff.
I wonder if I could install like curtains or something here.
As you're musing, there's another sound, but this one is further in the pipe, and it sounds like the skittering, or like a skittering of fuzz on the cement, because currently it's all dry, there's no water or anything.
As is Arizona's custom, yes. Go on.
But yeah, you hear something sound like a rat because the scratching sounds too big. Like might be a raccoon, but you're not sure if raccoons are here in the desert. And actually, side note, they are. I found that out when I came home at like 3 a.m, and I saw one climbing like head down the palm tree of the neighbor's yard. Like, oh, we do have raccoons here.
Yeah, that was.
Raccoons here, raccoons there, raccoons everywhere.
Yeah, it's like I was about to say. I wouldn't be too surprised. Like raccoons, they just exist where they want to be.
Anywhere
Like
there's
moose.
people there.
Little man
dreaded desert moose.
hands.
But yeah, you're not sure what it is, but it sounds like you're completely alone in the pipe. But it's probably not too surprising. It's nice and cool down there.
Is it coming towards me?
With that sharp, you're not sure. It's just you hear something like further down the tunnel, and you're not sure how far it is because nature of round tunnels is they echo very nicely.
Okay, so Tommy is going to pull out a flashlight and shine it down.
Okay,
Do I need to roll something?
No. With the flashlight, the beam goes down the tunnel, and you see that it looks like maybe it does like split off into, or like it splits off into other pipes that can join into this main one, and you see something move, and it does kind of look like the same size of a raccoon, but when you shine the light at it and you see like a moment of eye shine, but then the eye shine like darts as it realizes the light's on it, and the head lifts up and taller than a raccoon would, even like standing up, on its hind legs. But weirdly, the eyes look kind of like the same size of a raccoon, because I'm sure you, Tommy, during your travels have seen plenty of raccoons in the areas you roam.
Yep.
It's just weird. You just see something stare at you for a few seconds, and then it dashes off into the darkness.
Ain't no harm, no foul. Now about those curtains.
Okay, so Tommy, I think you're pretty good getting set up.
Yep.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Okay, and actually, that would be perfect. Olivia, we'll jump back a little bit. A few days after the, incident with the superorganism and finding the poacher's camp, and Lucia shows up. I'm sure you recounted the story to George. I almost forgot his name. But Lucia shows up and she seems, that after travel weariness, and she comes up and she goes, "So, Olivia, I heard you were quite the developments were while I was gone. Please, you have to tell me everything." And her weariness just seems to disappear as soon as she starts starts, grilling you for details.
Once I start talking about the weird shit. Yeah, I
What do you
tell
qualify
her.
as weird shit?
I mean, the new shit.
Okay.
The fact that the Scrandre are sapient.
And she's just like, okay, that confirms a few theories. I
Does it?
suspected they were just because they were so sneaky. And I seem to know, how to avoid, the Deep Ranger patrols and the other research teams.
Fair enough.
And, when you tell her about the massacre of the Vultures camp, she's like, oh, are you okay? That must have been gruesome to
It
stumble
was
upon.
It wasn't great to walk in on. Everything else around it kind of took the attention away from that, but in retrospect, that's really fucked up.
And do you tell her about Rawhead?
The flayed one, yes.
Yeah. And she visibly pales when you reveal that, as she clutches your shoulders and it's almost like a shift that you haven't seen her this serious, and she just looks at you. She goes, "Stay the fuck away from him." And this is one of the very few times you've heard her swear. And she is just looking at you. She's like, "If you confront him, you and the people you know will most likely die. Stay away from him."
What? What? Who is he?
No one knows who he is. I don't think even he knows what he was. And she seems like she wants to speak about him, but she holds off and she goes, I can't. Just trust me. You have to stay away from him. Tell your friends that they have to avoid him at all costs.
I'd like to know what the fuck's going on. You clearly know more about this, boss.
And she kind of turns away as she's thinking. She goes, I only know about how dangerous he is. If you want more details, go see my friend Suze. She runs the and she saves the thinking for a second as I go look at my notes.
Valid.
She goes. She runs the oddities and obscurities curio shop down by the Manatee Mall.
Okay, Sue.
She's eccentric, but she knows more.
Eyebrows raised. All right.
And Lucia goes, but I'm sorry to get all buggy on you about this, but I've lost people close to me to that monster, and I don't want that to happen to you or your friends.
Okay. Very confused. What aren't you telling me?
And she goes, stuff I probably need to work through some more myself before I'm comfortable with sharing details, but you knew I used to work with Pluripotent for a long time. before I came here to the preserve.
Uh-huh.
I've
Okay.
had to deal with bad things fallout.
Okay. Uh,
And she goes, "But please don't let me freak you out."
oh yeah. Don't let you freak me out as you tell me about this thing that's killed people close to you and is horrendous and I should stay away from. But don't let that freak me out.
Do you say that?
Yes, yes, she does.
She's like, okay. Admittedly, I could have handled that warning a little bit better, but it's not every day I was expecting to hear that he is back. I'm sorry.
I mean,
And she kind of laughs at that too. It's just like the tension relief. It's just like, oh, jeez.
I'll take your word for it. I won't press you for anything you don't want to share. I'll be curious as fuck, but I won't press you about it. And I'll go ask Seuss about it when I get the time.
Okay, yeah, just tell her I sent you. She'll help you out. She's an old friend.
I'll do that. Hmm. You
And
you gonna be okay?
she goes, "Oh, I'm fine. I'm just stressed from my trip down to Phoenix, and then hearing about this while I was gone, and then hearing about fucking bloody bones, and now, I mean, and then the excitement about learning that the Sirandra are intelligent and did you say they were telepathic?
Kinda. One of the people with me did something and started talking to them in his mind.
Huh.
I don't understand it. I sound crazy saying it, but when
I mean, we're
when
talking
we were
about a 12-foot tall, skinless man living inside a creature millions of years old. I think we're beyond the realm of absurdity in this town.
I fair play.
But and she goes, I would love to honestly meet one, but knowing Pluripotent, they've probably got that place sealed up and under watch for now.
I wish I could have gotten the news back to us first, but back to this guy. Oh yeah, back to us first. But there was
I
a
mean,
spook. There was a
honestly,
spook. There was a spook around. I have no doubt he
I,
told his boss.
true, but I'll be honest, it's probably in everyone's best interest that an entrance is kept monitored and not, as we saw, poachers let out and letting out endofauna like that. So in the long run, it's probably for the best, but I'll see what strings I can pull. This is a big development.
Yeah.
But and she goes, well, again, I'm sorry to freak you out. I'm tired and stressed from not everything, but I just wanted to say very good work, Olivia. That was from what George got me up on and everything you said. It sounds like everything went about as good as I could.
I mean, yeah, we saved most of the chupacabra. We got the troglodyte. I mean, the no, scorplodite, the scarandre. We didn't. We unfortunately lost a couple people, and we lost a couple chupacabras, unfortunately. But for the most part, everyone made it out all right. Besides the poachers, but fuck those guys.
She laughs at that. Well, I'm going to go get some rest. Again, good luck, good job, Olivia, and whew.
He has like a lazy salute. Gotcha, boss. No worries.
So that's that covered, and back to the modern time frame of the game. What would you be doing?
Like back in the present.
Yeah.
Is it like would I be at work or
6 p.m.
Probably, you probably do most of your stuff during the morning and afternoon, so you'd probably be either done or close to done.
Alright, then yeah, I'll head to the diner after work. Let's look up some food, see how everyone else is holding up after everything.
Okay. So
Good.
the bell dings as Olivia walks in, seeing Fred and Carlos there. Winifred, what would you be doing this close to sunset? Probably another hour or so. True. So, do you stop by the diner for your morning, evening new blood?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you and Olivia were pretty much right around the same time. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Olivia walks in, and sees Fred and Carlos chatting, and she heads over to them. Loudly pulls over a stool.
Can,
Stop.
can, can you not drag them on the linoleum? Do you know how hard it is to clean them?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'll keep that in mind next time. Well, how you two be?
The new animatronics coming along really nice.
You got a new animatronic?
Yeah, so I am continuously upgrading the ride from the old Wild West themed things
Huh.
and turning it into more and more of the actual, oh hey, take a ride in the tour of the superorganism, especially since, the public can't do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I was updated. It's got a lot of weird
Okay,
shit in there.
Winifred.
But with our up close and personal encounters, I have some more accurate things. The chupacabras look a lot more realistic than they did. Of course, the old chupacabras were just renovated coyotes. And I'm working on building our friend in the back as the big final scare.
What's the big one?
You know, the Ciandre.
You're building a Sandra animatronic.
I don't know how publicly known they are.
They're
You
not.
almost called them Mecca.
They're not
I heard
super
you.
well known yet,
I
but
heard you almost said Mecca.
It's almost a mecha. I don't have a seat in it yet. So technically, it's an animatronic because you can't pilot it from the inside. But I thought it would be a fun little extra thrill, and it's not a one-to-one sort of a thing. It's a how would somebody who had heard a rumor about a giant crocodile living in the superorganism make one? Enough of it's true for someone to recognize it, but not enough is true for someone to think, oh, he's been down in the superorganism when he shouldn't.
valid. How much was it publicly known about the Scrandre? I don't think it was a lot, right?
Oh, that's very obscure.
Well, the
People
Scrandre.
who don't work in Plutone don't know about them.
Carlos, I
Mhm.
get what you're trying to do, but the people who don't work here, at Pluripotent, don't know what a scrandre is.
That's fair. Counterpoint, I've already come up with a cover. Over 60% of my customers are pluripotent employees. People talk.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
And like Carla's like walks by and she like pauses. She goes, "When he said he was making a lizard, I thought he was making one of those Riversaur cryptids."
What are
I
those?
thought
What?
about it.
And actually, Olivia, as you're a local, you would definitely know what a Riversaur is. It is believed to be a cryptid that lurks up and down the Harmony Run River, and
Okay.
it is believed to be a theropod that
Oh.
swims up and down the river,
Oh,
typically
rad.
seen on like riverbanks and stuff.
Ooh, rad.
Yeah, I thought about it, and then, that happened, and I was like, I can't even be mad about it. This is just too good. But yeah, so I'm building one. I'm putting in a scorplodite as well, but that's more on the back burner for the meantime. I'm not quite sure where I want it to happen. So, giant crocodile at the end of the ride at least makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm almost 100% sure if Pluripotent is aware my business exists, it doesn't care.
Meanwhile, the pluripotent CEO is like, "You can't keep getting away with it."
actually, Connor, what you up to?
Well, since he just finished his work shift, he'd probably be heading to get lunch. So he'd also be heading to the diner, ironically, because it become his ritual, and Carlos knows how to make the spiciest piece of shit food he's ever seen.
I grow peppers specifically just for him because
Exactly.
other people complained.
Yeah. Connor affectionately refers to his special as Drano.
Oh God. Ugh.
Ugh.
It clears out his sinuses.
Yeah, for how long?
4 or 5-ish minutes.
Temporary relief is still relief.
Yeah. How does he sleep?
Not well.
Noisily.
Like, dealing with insomnia was one of the first things he learned how to do. Anyways, so yeah, he jingling into the place. Yeah, Carlos, you know what to do.
Yep. He just kind of gets up, is like, "Hey, I'm coming back in the kitchen."
And Hugo, well, as he's handing out a plate to Carla, the tank just nods, stoic as always.
Stoic as always.
Let's see. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut off.
No, you're fine.
It is the lunch or the dinner rush, so fairly busy. And Carlos, you do sometimes have to go help Hugo with the orders, but
Oh yeah, I'm
um,
always back there helping where I can.
the Olivia, there's a moment where you're like kind of looking around and you spot you recognize your favorite person, Sheila, as she's off in a booth eating her food as she's like writing in a notebook,
Oh no.
seemingly hard at work with with a story of some kind.
Oh God.
And yeah, actually, I see someone walk up, and some looks to be like one of the farmers from one of the farms nearby, and he just goes, "Hey Sheila, what'd you hear about that murder at the gas station? I heard that boy Daniel was drained. Look, you think it's a vampire?" And she was just like, she like looks up and she like blinks and she's like, "No, what? You'll get the story when it's written." And she just kind of like moodily shifts so he can't look at the note, and he just shrugs and walks off.
Do I know if she is or knows any vampires?
Sheila, she's not a vampire because she is always out in the sun without really problem. She's very tan.
Okay.
Um. I mean, actually, Winifred, you're probably not the only vampire. There's like someone off in the corner booth that's like far away from the windows. Just they look like they're groggily getting up, like they kind of they're just drinking their new blood. But when that comment about a vampire goes, and they just kind of like shoot a glare at the guy who just looks completely oblivious.
Oh my God.
But
that's valid. But Olivia's gonna get up and head over to Sheila. Hey.
and she looks up. Oh, Olivia.
What was all that about?
And she like squints, and she looks like she's about to tell you the same thing she told him. But
What
actually,
Huh?
huh?
No, you go.
I was just wondering if this is a time for her to manipulate someone or not. No, it's not really that intense.
Nah, she's
So
just asking.
yeah, she's just like, she seems like she's not gonna answer or just give you the same answer she told the guy, but she just like gives a little sigh. She's like, well, since you were there for the story that she like grits her teeth. Publication's been put on hold, so
What's been put on hold?
and she's like, "Oh, Plurpoten's giving me crap about publishing certain details. They don't want people to know that." She lowers her voice, about a new entrance and poachers, and they don't want the town to seem unsafe.
I think keeping poachers away from that place is, it's not a terrible thing, even though I'm not a huge fan of
Fair, but
Pluripotent.
it's not like I was going to give the location away. I was just going to say that a location. But anyways,
That's fair. That's fair.
What Farmer Bill was saying, and you're not even sure if the guy's name is Bill or not, but she's just like, and she's like, she motions you to sit down on the booth across from her, and she lowers her voice. Thankfully, there's like the din, and I think probably only Winifred would be able to hear this with vampire shows. But she goes, so the gas station that's like northwest, north of, pretty far north of your preserve. No, the preserve is southwest. She goes, the gas station, the gas station attendant and the delivery truck driver, they were found dead this morning. No blood in them at all. And she like glances over at Winifred, and she goes, "Because are you drinking like from your cup with the bitch straw?"
The bitch straw.
She goes,
Strong.
"There, one detail I wasn't really. It was they found them early this morning. Apparently, it was done overnight, but one detail I heard is that every bottle of new blood was shattered and licked clean.
I wonder if we missed the Chupacabra.
That's what I was wondering too, but I mean, it's been a week and there haven't been any more, like, I checked, with the farmers. That's most of what I did today. There haven't been any, like, livestock losses besides, like, I mean, there was someone whose cow got hurt, and then coyotes took advantage and it got it, but nothing significant, nothing beyond like coyotes.
Not everyone likes to admit when they lose some cattle.
True. But yeah, it's something weird going on. I try to get contact coroner, but they say I'm not trustworthy with the details they give me anymore, and she just kind of sniffs.
I mean, you do work for a paper.
It's a published paper. It's not even one of the big ones. And she grumbles. She's like, I'm not even on Channel 15 anymore. Channel 15 is the local news channel.
Wait, is that news to me that she doesn't work for them anymore?
She might have mentioned it in like her grousing about her, but yeah, she used to work as a news reporter before she no longer worked there.
Did I know
you
she
wouldn't
used
really
to
know
and
any
she...
details.
What happened with that?
And she's just like, Olivia, I'm just starting to like you. There's certain questions that require a certain level of trust, and that's one of the topics that I am uncomfortable with talking with people I just, started to warm up to. So you're lucky
that's
I'm even
valid?
spilling the beans.
That's valid? Wait, you're starting to like me? What?
She's like, don't think too much into a kid.
What?
She's like, don't think too much into a kid. She's like,
Kid? I'm sorry, how old is she?
she's like, I can't remember. I think she's like middle age, like 30s, early 40s.
She, Olivia's like in her 30s.
She's still older, so she was still like
Plus,
being
she's had children.
dismissive.
Having kids puts mileage on you.
Look, when
is
you're
true.
in the upper 30s or mid 30s, anyone under you is child.
Yes, it is like lower to mid 30s.
Every now and then the kids at work say, "Wow, you're as old as my mom," and I'm like, "Don't tell me that.
Oh,
Don't say those horrible
All right,
things
well,
to me."
oh no.
okay.
Are you okay, TJ?
No, never.
Oh.
Oh, Sheila, there's actually like a beeping, and she like looks down at her pager. It's the 90s. Pagers are everywhere, and
Yeah.
she's like, "Okay, I gotta get going. I was gonna go talk to someone about a different story." And she like leaves the money on the table with the tip, and she goes, "Well, if you hear anything more, if you learn anything else more about this, contact me. Let me know. We'll see." And she just kind of scoops up her work and starts to leave.
Crosses her arms and watches her go. I think I'm gonna go up to get some gas later.
Well, you have fun with that. The only kind of gas I got here is the kind you make from beans.
Oh God, come on, Carlos.
He's
Like,
talking about
Carl,
farts.
like you hear
I was like,
Hugo
he's
laugh,
talking about farts.
like you hear Carlos or Hugo laugh, but Carla like it's not Carla, is it? I'm getting my own NPCs confused. Yes,
Yeah,
Carla.
Carla and
She likes.
Carlos work together at the bar.
I'm not even the one who named them.
Dang, Nabbit Gray.
And she's like, uh, you're like as bad as my kids.
Look, I was given advice at a young age. Fart jokes are always funny.
No, they're not.
Take it from the vampire, they're ages.
They're always funny.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go first.
Oh no. So were you gonna catch them up? Winifred heard, but
Well, I wanna not like look at him like suspiciously, like you did this. Like, does the vampire guy look okay? Does he look okay?
let's see. You know what? Do a
really racist.
yeah. You take a little bit to like look at them, and Carla brings them their new blood coffee, and
Yeah.
they
Ugh.
they
Ugh.
really do look like they are just waking up, like way before they wanted. And it looks like they're just like it's the same look you see on people, like in the early morning before the sun's even come up. So
Okay.
it seems this person, like Winifred, is getting ready for the day, for the night, for the day night. Yeah.
Ugh,
I'm
why am I
undead, I
awake?
can't
It's
escape
6 p.m., dude.
taxes.
Mood.
My brother in Christ, it's 6 p.m.
Brother and Antichrist. So, yeah, that guy just seems like he's very tired.
Okay. I just like that was really racist for that poor guy. He just
Yeah,
woke
he
up.
did.
He didn't need to deal with that.
Yeah, he really seemed annoyed at that.
All right. Well, as long as he looks okay.
He's just trying to read the newspaper.
The microaggressions are real.
Exactly.
It is too early in the morning for these microaggressions.
Too early.
Early for
These
this
microaggressions.
bullshit. I have my
Oh.
list.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
if I'm
sorry.
gonna get accused anyway.
I mean,
So,
fair.
does Winifred or Olivia bring the group up to speed, or
Yeah, I will.
I'm not a very good DM at the moment.
No, you're
But,
you're fine.
Okay.
No, you're fine.
You are
So
far from
there
a
were-
bad one.
you're far from a bad DM, Zero. We might have
the
missed some
first
Chupacabra.
section of a new arc is always rough.
Yeah, because we're not aware that anything's happening yet. Hey guys, there's some more murders.
Oh man,
you
more
heard.
of them. Oh man, more of them.
Yeah, like bodies drained of blood. Doesn't sound too dissimilar from a couple of chupacabras. I mean, there was no blood left, which is odd because chupacabras are typically messy eaters, but I mean, I suppose if it was hungry enough, they could have stayed around and cleaned up
So
after
we're
themselves, so
dealing
to
with a
speak.
chupacabra that's well-mannered, but also capable of messily devouring people.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That is surprisingly well put, Fred.
Oh, really? Because I was taking the piss.
Fucking Fred!
I'm
You can
glad
stay
you
here
come
while
to
I
my
go
diner,
check out the
Fred.
gas. And you can stay here while I go check out the gas station.
I can, yeah.
After swallowing some of his meal, Carlos pulls his mask back around and goes, "Hey, do you need any help?" Just clear, crystal voice.
It's so weird hearing him without not being
Oh,
stuffy.
do you need any help?
You mean Connor? Do you mean Connor?
Yeah.
You said Carlos.
We've also done that with using 2 CO names. Or not CO.
Yeah.
Really?
COs.
You get
Did I do that?
two
fucking
CO
great
names
shows.
and 2 Fred names.
God. I mean, it's not as bad as Critical Role, where the twin characters were Vex and Vax, and it's just gone.
And they never mess that up, but everyone else does. I was so impressed with them. Anyways. But yeah, just clears the bell. He goes, "Hey, you need any help?"
Who are you?
You know me. Come on, it's just me. Oh, damn it.
Okay, so we gotta take Tabasco off the list for a little bit. You're building up an immunity to it again. If I wean you off it,
Sweet.
it might work again.
It does work. It lasts longer than anything else.
I mean, for short periods
Connor's.
of time. I have to import the stuff from Mexico to fix your nose now.
I mean, it's not that far, so it's not that. Shipping's not that bad.
Shipping's not bad, but it's the fact that I have to import hot sauce.
Oh god, Connor's so desperate he uses diluted mace.
Oh,
Mace actually has chemicals in it that you can't
Yeah,
ingest.
yeah.
I mean, you might be able to.
He's just
Well-
rubbing ghost peppers up his nostrils.
Ugh.
If only, no. He blends that shit and sips it.
Puts
So,
in an inhaler and just goes, skirt.
Oh, fuck, he
oh
would.
god, Tabasco inhaler.
That hurts my lungs to think of. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we need to move topics because I know there's a
Man-made
couple of people here
horrors
that are
today
addicts.
on Oasis Valley Mysteries.
my last comment on that is, yeah, Connor totally would. Anyways.
So,
You're just like, what? I've been with you for 2 adventures now. You don't know me?
No, it's
No, never
they're
mind.
not used to you not being
Has
clear.
it really been two? I kind of
It's
counted
been
it all
one.
as one sort of some adventure.
Really?
I guess
You
we
know-
could separate the chupacabras from the crocodile man and the scorpion.
Fair. I guess it was all one poacher screw up. Takes another bite. Ah, God, this feels nice.
Guess where does one adventure start and the other begin, right?
Okay, you're starting to sound like that Tolkien guy.
The greatest adventure is what lies ahead.
You know? Are you taking the piss again?
Yes, I am.
I thought so.
You almost had her.
So close yet so far.
so who all is besides Tommy and Hanzo? I will get to you in a moment. Who all is going to follow Olivia and Connor?
Who wants to go into trouble with me? Who wants to look that danger exists and walk right the fuck towards it with Olivia?
I mean, I am usually pretty good for that, but
You're not really making the best argument for this.
It's fine. No, that's fair. Well, then let's go.
I'll go. I've got that day off. And
All right.
how bad could it end up, right?
Don't say that.
Okay,
Fred, don't.
Fred. Last
I mean,
time
it
that
certainly
happened,
couldn't get worse than last time.
Ah.
Fred, buddy.
Blade One
yeah, I was
rampages
gonna
through town.
Like,
Hey,
what?
Fred, this exists before Buffy the Vampire Slayer comes out, so no one's lampshaded out saying that is asking for death.
Fred, just don't die on me again.
I didn't die last time. I'm still here.
That you're aware of.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, he's literally right here.
Carlos,
Fairly
where you going? One dinner rush, jeez, brain, is mostly over, and it looks like Hugo and Carla would be able to handle the rest of it.
They got us for the night. Usually Hugo gets mad the later I'm here. Something about the one time I accidentally set the kitchen on fire. My kitchen. It was accidental. It wasn't even like it leans into kind of that wildly progress. It wasn't even magic. It was a grease fire.
That's why he doesn't trust you.
Why he doesn't trust me? I'm supposed to be better about that.
So, so I'll go pile in your respective cars. Hanzo,
Hmm.
you were actually contacted by McLean as you were getting ready to go into work, report for work. And he goes, "Okay, gonna need you out in Redemption today rather than here. I need you to go check up at the coroner's office. Uh, they needed someone to come check on some bodies that the police found this morning. They want to make sure it's not a straggler fauna that is suddenly killing. So, gonna send you to assess it and see if it is a problem that falls in our jurisdiction or not."
Will do.
Okay. And the coroner's office is right next to the hospital and the police department or the sheriff's office. And it's you go down to the corners and the or the morgue, I guess it would be, and I'm not up to date on medical stuff, but you get sent down to the morgue and you meet with the doctor who did the autopsy, and they're like kind of an older man, very skinny. They and it actually takes like a few seconds after meeting him to realize as he talks you see fangs, and he is a vampire.
Hmm.
But he goes, "Are you the one from Pluripotent?"
That would be me, sir.
"Good. I'm Dr. Guerrera. Please follow me." And he leads you, into the cold room. And there are a few tables, and there are 4 bodies underneath sheets. Well, actually, 3 of them are underneath sheets, and one of them is a uh, young man. And he goes, "This one is Daniel. He was recovered at the gas station. Just finished doing the autopsies not long ago on him and some other murders that were discovered the last 2 days." And he seems to, he talks very slow and methodical, and he goes, "Complete exsanguination, no blood left in the body." And he like points towards the body where it's been opened up, with the Y incision, and don't know how queasy Hanzo is, but he goes, there was a slice right beneath the sternum, and as far as I can tell, and you look, and he goes, the heart and most of the major arteries and veins have been removed. And you see, right in the chest, the chest cavity, there's no heart. It's just
And
gap.
you found him
The
like this?
other three, yes, the other three have similar afflictions.
So this
There
this
are
cut here, that wasn't you were doing?
no. The cut was present on either right beneath the sternum or by the clavicle and other gaps in the rib cage. All four of them have had their hearts and major circulatory system removed.
You may not exactly find it queasy, but it is probably disturbing to see all that removed.
Yeah, it's like because it all attaches to the major organs, they're like torn up. Like, not to be too gruesome of a description, but looks like something reached in, or as he describes it, in my non-medical opinion, it looks as if something reached in and ripped out their hearts by hand. The bizarre part is three of them had incisions at the neck piercing into where the jugular would be. And we assume the cuts and the extraction was performed post-exsanguination.
Wait, so you're telling me that these people were pretty much dead already, drained of all blood, and then their organs were ripped out?
That seems to be the case.
That's weird.
Spooky, spooky.
Does this seem to ring a bell with any of the endofauna, I believe the term is, of the superorganism that you know of?
When I heard bodies drained of blood, I thought at first chupacabras, but this seems a lot more
Oh,
methodical.
yes, like the ones that, just like the victims that came in last week. No, these are much more, I don't want to say surgical because of the violence and the extraction, but more
No.
precise than what a chupacabra would do.
Yeah, this is way too methodical for them. Chupacabras don't make incisions. All right, thank you.
My pleasure. And he like hesitates. He goes, I don't want to. And he like, I don't want to alarm, but this is oddly similar to a rash of John and Jane Does that were found. Thanks for a moment. About a year ago or so, 5 victims, butchered, but also missing their hearts and circulatory systems, but they were chopped up. We assumed there was forgive the crudeness of it, a serial killer psycho traveling through town, but nothing was ever discovered solid.
Think maybe they've come back?
I'm not a criminal psychologist, but this is them. They've switched their operating, or they did not have enough time to butcher the remains.
Yeah. When did you say
But
these
that
bodies were
is
found?
speculation. Time of death puts them around early morning, 2 to 3 a.m. They were found roughly 4. They were found. What did I say it was? Oh yeah, they were found around 4:45 in the morning as the morning paper was being delivered.
Could be.
The sheriff's office next door would have more details. I don't have all the details of the crime scene.
Yes. I thought as much. Thank you.
And he nods and turns back to finish his work. And that is Dr. Mateo Guerrera. Tommy.
Yo.
Tommy, you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you've been setting up your little excuse me, your new little hideaway, and is this how far away would you say this is to Carlos's diner? You do know that Carlos seems to have taken a shine and is giving you free food. I will let you place this. Like how far or close away that it is near the river, but
Yeah.
the river is pretty much near everywhere in town because it runs right through the middle of it.
Yeah. I'd say within a block or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're setting up, and you probably stepped out for a moment, and as the road that's going, there's a road that goes over nearby, and you hear the now familiar puttering of the jalopy coming by, and there's no one else in town that you've seen so far as such a distinctly salvage sounding vehicle.
Well, guess I should follow them.
You mean to say no one else would risk driving in such a health hazard?
Basically.
Yeah. So Tommy's just going to grab his knapsack and run down, following the sound of the jalopy.
Okay, and I'd say, it probably wouldn't take too long because they've got to loop around. So you'd be able to cut off where they'd be getting ready to cross the bridge, and Olivia and Carlos and everyone else, you're driving along, and you see Tommy standing on the side of the road. Mount.
Doing the hitchhiker's thumb.
The old jalopy, wheezing and nearly dying, pulls to a slowly grinding halt. One of the doors pop open, and you're, come in, you nerd. Where you been?
In the drainage system. I think that's what it's called. He says as he gets in.
I mean, technically, but we never get enough rain to be worried about it.
Exactly. Perfect home.
Find anything neat down there?
Well, there was something skittering around. It's taller than a raccoon. But with eyes the same size.
Fair enough. Okay. We're going to go investigate a dead body, sort of, where a body was found. You want to come with?
Might as well.
Tommy has joined the party.
And we're doing sort of a stand by me, except we're all old
I will
and sad.
BRB just a minute. I hear someone knocking on the front door. BRB.
Okay.
So I gotta ask, what class is Tommy in the Final Fantasy
Yeah.
sense?
Shady.
You see, that would require me to know Final Fantasy classes.
I don't know very well either. Was he like a
Me neither.
rogue?
What do you think, Callie? You're the Final Fantasy person here.
Is he a thief?
Mhm. I
Okay.
agree. He'd be most likely a thief, maybe a red mage. Mm-hmm.
If I remember, red mages are both healers and spell
They are
like
they are
damagers.
they are the jack of all trades,
Hmm.
where they have access to physical attacks, black magic, which is offensive magic, and white magic, which is healing magic. But they don't have the best spells of each. So, as like in the early game of Final Fantasy 1, a red mage is really useful, but by the late game, they're kind of lagging behind because everyone else is specializing in high level shit.
Hmm. They do have those
So-
bitchin' hats though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. They got fucking awesome outfits.
Indeed.
They got a lot of swag. And some awesome characters in, the later Final Fantasy games are red mages.
I can't remember. Was Freya in Final Fantasy 9 a red mage?
Yes. I
Dragoon.
thought she was a red mage, but she had a red mage outfit.
Yeah, that's right. Because I remember her wearing like lots of red and the tricone hat.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was delivery.
Final Fantasy IX was a little fast and loose with the classes.
Red Dragoon.
Yeah, he was good at that.
So I guess it was a little bit of both Dragoon and red mage.
That's a
Oh,
pretty good
that's-
one.
Okay.
So, Tommy
Also-
joined the party.
Yeah, also BRB real quick. Gotta turn the porch light on and pick up cat food.
All right, and Hanzo. Let's see. Let's switch back to Hanzo real quick. What do you do after that report?
I'm gonna be heading to the
And-
sheriff's office like he advised because definitely want to hear more about this this murder from a year ago.
Okay. So you walk over, and it's literally the sheriff's office is right next, right next door to the hospital and the coroner's office and the morgue. Blah blah blah. You walk in, and like this dispatch behind the counter looks up and goes, "Oh, can I help you?" And it's like you're the only one inside the little waiting area right now.
Yeah, I'm here from Pluripotent. I'm investigating potential endofauna situation, but after I visited the coroner's office, he informed me that, well, from the bodies, that there was a similar case about a year ago or so.
Oh, and the dispatch, he goes, "Oh, yeah, let me check. That's Detective Bentley's case. Let me go see if he's. Let me go ring him up." And they pick up a phone and they call around and they're like, "All right, oh, they're on their way." And a few minutes later, like opening one of the side doors, you see a. Did I describe him? A younger detective that he looks very tired. Um, Opens the door, bags under his eyes, uh, messy hair. And he goes, "You're from Plurpun,
That's right.
looking into the recent That's
That's right.
he like leads you back to the the little area where the detective is. It's not a big room, but he's got his own little in a corner. He goes, okay, so what's pluripotent's interest in this?
Well, I was investigating the killings this morning. I was sent to verify whether it was potential endofauna, but the coroner informed me that there was possibly a serial killing case like this about a year ago.
You're talking to Creepy Guerrera, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he like he frowns at you and he like kind of is looking you over. He goes, pluripotent, I really don't think has any jurisdiction on this. Why should I reveal details of my case to you?
Because my superiors informed me, my superiors sent me to check whether it is their concern, and I can't go back to them empty-handed. If this is a serial killing case, I'm perfectly willing to let you have this.
Um, so that's plus charm.
Oh boy, he's great at
Something
charm.
for
Not really.
manipulate.
I believe in you.
You can do it.
Well,
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at that.
Oh,
he went from
it took me a second to click on the page.
he went from I don't like you to get the fuck out of my office. Oh, Jesus.
Let's see. And he just and he just scowls. Okay. The player front is like the big mover and shakers here in town, but getting really tired of thinking you can take over our investigation for us when you clearly have no jurisdiction. I'm sorry, but this is a police matter. You're just going to have to wait for the official report to come out. As far as we can tell so far, this is not an endofauna. If it is, we'll contact you. And he just shuts down. He seems like very annoyed with the whole mention of pluripotent.
And that dude's gonna be pissed when he finds out it's an endofauna. Because that's how this is gonna work out.
So he's like, I don't know if there's anything else. Good day, sir. I've got work to do.
As do I.
And
Hanzo's never been great with talking to people.
Yeah.
especially like police, I imagine. But so, Hanzo, you leave without you report into McLean.
Yep.
And once you mentioned Bentley's name, it was Detective Trent Bentley. He's you hear Dara just sigh over the car phone. He goes, "Oh yeah, Detective Bentley. He's got kind of a hate on for opponent." Don't know if that is inappropriate slang, but you all get the idea.
That's some good non-era appropriate slang.
What was that?
Oh,
What was that you said, Sarah?
oh, Bentley. He goes. McLean just kind of sighs, and he's just like, "Yeah, Detective Bentley has something of a hatred for pluripotent. He's been a pest before."
It's
Well,
weird because they seem like a pretty beneficial company.
well, that just means I can't investigate any more into that matter,
It's
but that
right
doesn't
here.
stop me from doing my job.
And you hear Dara just kind of go, "Very true. I mean, nothing's to stop you from, seeing if the gas station's opened up either. Who knows what you might see around there."
I'll get on that.
But as far as your official thing is, seems to be a dead end. And it's weird. You haven't heard him be sly before, but it's almost like he's just like, you get the vibe that he's like, maybe look into this a little more. This is weird.
Yeah. Hanzo himself will say, "Well, it's a good thing I was having the day off beforehand, anyways. It's like technically I'm not on the job."
How fortuitous. Well, if you run into any issues, just give me a call.
Mm-hmm. Will do.
So, as probably not too surprising, the lead through the police is a dead end for the moment. So,
Ow.
The evils of the justice system versus the evils of the capitalists.
No matter who wins, we lose.
Mhm.
so
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
Hanzo, you're off to the gas station then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so probably Olivia's truck gets there first, since it's not the jalopy.
Nope.
Uh,
Me and Olivia got there first, right? You came. I mean, no.
you and
Me and
yourself.
myself. Me and
Not
Winifred.
playing
Winifred
Rain
came.
yet.
This is
I
when
think
we learned
Connor's
that
with you.
Olivia has clones.
Winifred came with me, right?
Connor
Okay.
did as well.
And Connor, I think.
Okay.
Mm.
That
So-
man who temporarily shapeshifted into not being Connor, then shapeshifted back.
Only vocally.
Man, identity
So-
theft was terrible in the 90s.
Oh, it kind of was.
Yeah.
So you pull up, and the gas station is like, you can pull into the lot, but it's been taped off, and like you see the delivery truck is still there, but the area's been taped off, and no one's there besides, like, you see someone walking by, just kind of stop and look around curiously before they keep walking. It looks like to the bus stop.
So there's no cops here.
No, it looks like they've done everything, but it's shut down for the moment with police tape still up.
Okay.
And actually, it's actually pretty isolated. There wouldn't really be someone walking by because this is like technically out of the main section of town. This is like a gas station on the way out of town.
Okay. Olivia walks
Like,
over.
it's kind of like the last stop before you get to the old highway.
All right. Lydia. Fucking names. What the fuck? Olivia pulls up and parks. Sorry, Lydia. Gets out. Just to look around and see
there
there's
we go.
nobody at all here. Huh, I expected there to be like a cop or something watching out. Not wrong.
Yeah, they suck ass.
Hops out of the truck. Hmm.
So it looks like the
Goes up.
gas station itself has been locked up. Like the lights are off inside and the doors are closed. But
Okay.
the delivery truck is still parked where it was at, and there's tape kind of cordoning off the area. Oh yeah, it's Memorial Day weekend.
Oh yeah.
But the yeah, and like you see like the little flags where it's like evidence markers, but everything's been like the police tape is just blocking it off. And yeah, it just looks like they came in, did their inspection, and then left, leaving most of it where it's untouched.
Of course.
Walks in.
Um.
Yep, that guy dead. Our job here's done.
Yeah. Yeah. Do I see any signs of blood?
Roll and investigate.
I'm very good at that. I say before I'm going to roll awful. Let's
Well-
go. Where's it?
Let's see. Actually, yeah, roll and investigate a mystery.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I have any bonuses to that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, people who are there can roll.
Okay.
Oh, that's a 10. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
That is indeed pretty good.
+2.
Get a hold of 2 with the 10.
There you go, Connor boy. Smart lad.
And
Oh,
Olivia
that's-
get a hold of 2, and Winifred gets a hold of 1.
Has the jalopy cut up at this point?
Yeah, so you would pull up as you see them start fanning out to look through the parking lot. And like you can park on the road, so it's like, like right before the turn in.
Yeah, because I don't think the jalopy's gonna fit in that tiny parking lot anymore.
Olivia just.
Okay.
Hey, I'm good at
Hey,
reading a
I'm-
bad situation.
I love preserves.
I
So I
just.
guess
So do
that
I.
would be more of a read a bad situation for Winifred, which it's the same stat, so it can use the same roll. So any dangers you haven't noticed? You start looking like scanning the area and sniffing the air, and you do catch the lingering smell that there was spilled blood here, and a lot if it's still lingering. But like as everyone would notice, there's no blood on the ground except for like among some of the gravel. But for the most part, it looks like there's no blood, like it'd been cleaned up. But you're looking around, and yeah, it looks like you are all the only people here. You don't see anything. There's a moment where you thought you heard something moving, but then you look over and it's just, a lizard goes scurrying by.
Lizard.
But
How fortunate we are to
yeah,
live in a
it's a
place where you
little,
could just see a little dude.
Oh yeah, that's like one of the things I love about living here is there's just lizards everywhere.
Scoop up the lizard.
Like God
Actually, no, I don't,
intended.
because that's not good for the lizard. Never mind.
6.
Just point him out, baby.
So
Yeah. Olivia points it out. Baby.
Winifred, it seems like for the moment there's nothing really in hiding being a threat.
Sweet. Olivia walks up to the police tape and
Cool.
unties it and just
So-
walks
Yeah.
through.
So I wanted to do read a bad situation because I have a new interesting ability that cracks off and immediately failed that roll.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
So I use my third eye to try to get a lay on
No!
what happened, and got a 6.
What
Oh,
happens if you fail?
yeah. What happened? Can you post that?
On a miss, you may get 1 hold, but you're exposed to supernatural danger. Unfiltered hidden reality is rough on the mind.
This could
Okay.
work towards our
Ooh,
advantage,
ooh, ooh.
actually.
It could, or I'm going to see that
Yeah.
we're on top of a really big animal that shouldn't physically exist.
Okay,
It's
so you
also
get a
big
hold of
depend-
one. What's your question? Actually, let's do since they rolled first, Olivia and Connor's rolls.
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
them first. I gotta find what I want to even ask. So
So you
Connor,
both
we
get hold
got-
of 2 for investigate a mystery. What happened here?
Yeah.
What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being concealed here?
I'll go
Both go
with
one at a time, Raves?
sure. Would you like to go first, since you're kind of like the more investigative person?
Yeah, I'm good at that. What happened here?
So it's actually pretty easy to tell thanks to the forensics markers on the. There is actually a chalk outline in the. Well, I don't know if it'd be chalk, but there is an outline like spray painted into the dirt of where the 2 bodies were found. One is up against the the truck, and the other one is near the entrance to the store. And you see, it looks like 2 bodies, and just going by like the tags of the markers. Uh, the one by the truck was killed first, and then the person by the store was attacked, and then you see by the truck a crates that have been knocked over, and there is broken glass, and you see those are new blood bottles, and they have all been broken, and they are clean.
Oh. Yeah, someone was definitely
So
after the blood.
that
Like,
might be sort of where a lot of the blood smell. So it looks like, from what you can tell, there was a delivery in progress when these 2 people were attacked.
yeah. Wow, it drank all the pluripotent. It drank all the true blood too. Is there like any empty? Is there any unopened bottles? Or are they all smashed?
You know what? With such a high roll, you start looking at the crates, and you realize that there's more crates than broken bottles. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like some bottles are missing, and what should have been in this delivery. And
So
so
there are. So it looks like some bottles were just plucked out and taken without being smashed and
Yeah.
drank. Huh.
yeah, it looks like there are, without like going and checking inventory, just doing a count of like the crates compared to the smashed boxes and that were holding the bottles. There's like probably like 2 boxes that are missing.
Oh, that's weird. Connor, you wanted to do your turn.
So let's go with what is concealed here?
Okay, what is concealed here? So you're looking around, and Olivia's going through like just going through the process of what happened as you start looking near the edge of the lot, and by where the lot just goes to dirt and then it's just desert, you see what looks to be like you actually see on like some stone dried blood. a splatter of it, and not like then splattered.
What was that?
It's more a drip pattern than like a throwing splatter spray.
Okay. He's gonna call out.
So
Hey, I
it
think I
looks
found
like
the.
it.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's just gonna call out. Hey, I think I found the drip trail. That's it.
Oh, lead?
Just shrugs, points at it.
And it's like a decent sized pool of blood. It's not like a large amount, but it's like you think something was there. And actually, wait. Oh shit! I completely missed this part in my notes. Yes, by the splatter of blood near the edge of the lot, you see what looks to be a set of motorcycle tracks.
That's significant.
I completely missed that line in my notes for this
Don't worry.
this location. Whoops. Yeah,
Don't
that is
worry. I've been
very
there.
important.
I've been there, Sarah. Don't worry.
So it looks like something was there, dripped, and then there was motorcycle tracks. Because like following it, it's like you see the track through the dirt of the lot, and then once it hits the asphalt of the road, you see like the tire skid, like something had left in a hurry.
Gotcha.
Aw.
So
All right.
you two, you both have a hold of one that you could use for that, or you could hold on to it. Anything else?
What sort of creature is it?
Going by what you've seen and the fact that the blood of both the victims and the new blood is missing, it is, as far as you can tell at this point, something that is not sure if the term would be appropriate to say vampiric, because you are not sure in this world of little vampires if it is a vampire, or if it is something sanguivorous, similar to a chupacabra that feeds on blood.
It's a fellow blood drinker, at least.
Yeah, it's something that clearly feeds on blood, but you are not sure what it is. It is sanguivorous, and that is about as far as you can tell, and it is strong enough to attack 2 adults.
Which a chupacabra, a singular one,
If they
probably
got
wouldn't
a, you would think that if they got the drop on 2 people, a chupacabra would be able to, dispatch 2 people, because
Okay.
you have first-hand experience, and they are deadly.
Yeah, true. So it could have been a chupacabra.
Because they are, you would remember, they are technically ambush hunters. It's just you percept motherfuckers notice them each time.
Very clean for a chupacabra, though. And a chupacabra's not going to take a couple bottles of new blood.
So
At the very least, there's motorcycle tracks leading the way, so there may be a witness or suspect.
You do have one more hold, Raven.
That's true.
you can hold on to that if you don't have any more.
Trying to remember what all the options are.
Oh, here.
Sorry.
Let's see. What happened here has been asked. What sort of creature has been asked? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do or left?
What was it going to do or left?
What was it going to do? It is. It seems that from the evidence, it set out to do what it did. in, draining the blood and drinking, its goal was to get blood, and it seemed to have gotten it. That
Okay, so
seems a little.
this
It's like not like you look at the store, nothing's it does like no windows are broken. It doesn't like if you look through the windows, everything looks like it's set all neat, and like you see like a stack of crates that were from the delivery that are still there. So it's just like whatever was here only wanted the blood.
okay, so I'm gonna infer a little bit from this and say that from that this was premeditated and not something done spur of the moment or out of desperation. I'll infer a little bit from that.
Infer to us, Connor.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, he's just kind of gonna look around and goes, this isn't a smash and grab. It literally only wanted the blood.
And it took.
And
Oh, I just noticed your
sorry,
name.
go ahead.
I just noticed your name. Oh, ominous. It took.
Aw.
It took the new blood bottles, which a chupacabra's not going to do. This was thought out. Yeah, I agree, Connor.
Nothing was smashed up. Nothing was moved. This wasn't desperation or spur of the moment.
And everyone knows that chupacabras prefer their blood to be canned, not bottled.
They also struggle with how to open bottles.
And I think it's at this moment, Carlos. So you used your third eye to open yourself to the area, seeking out,
Seeking
more
out a trace
information.
of the other, yeah.
What was your read about situation question?
Oh, I was gonna ask,
So
what's
far,
the
answer
biggest
is: Are there
threat?
any dangers? The biggest threat. Okay. And since
Which,
technically there aren't any dangers you haven't noticed, or that to be noticed with Winifred's, this actually works very well with your thing. So you're not looking. You end up not looking for the biggest threat in the area. Currently, you open yourself up and you put on your headphones, and there's this like little bit of feedback whine as you feel the tape deck start spinning, or the cassette start spinning, and it's almost like it takes it's weird. Like normally it's played smoothly, like there's a few moments of static if it's something new you haven't really tried, but this time it's like you it's weird, and it takes you a second to realize that it's like, oh, that's not like sound interference, or it's not like static. It's the sound of a heartbeat. And then once you realize what it is, you focus on it, and then it just gets louder and louder and louder until it drowns out the sounds of your friends talking. And as you look, you just see where there was only like a few drops of very dried blood baked from the sun. You see just pools of blood spread out from the outlines and where the smashed crates are, and you just hear this pounding of blood and heartbeats in your ear, and you realize it's not just one heartbeat, it's multiple heartbeats just pounding, and you like you feel this like sense, this just hunger, this all-consuming ravenous hunger, like you feel like you haven't eaten in days, and you kind of stagger back as all of a sudden you realize this, whatever was here is a very large threat, and you stumble back, and like when people, when the group looks at you, you got a bloody nose.
shit.
Lick it.
Like Winifred, you immediately noticed, like once the blood was like starting to leak.
Oh no.
Winifred's staring. So you gonna lick that up or?
Losing some of your forehead jelly there, bud.
You see Carlos rip off the headphones like, fuck. There's a Carlos
so you
grabs
immediately
a
notice.
handkerchief and like cleaning it up immediately. Like, we're not fucking dealing
Yeah,
with
it's
that
not
shit.
it's not a big bleed. It stops after a few seconds.
Motherfucker.
It is an ill bleed.
Ugh, whatever this thing is bad.
Yeah, sometimes you just get a nosebleed and you don't realize until you feel a warm trickle on your lip.
Yeah.
It's like,
Not
Oh.
when it's scratching at your brain with a massive heartbeat, do you?
What the fuck was that, Carlos?
I don't know, but it hurt. Whatever it is, I don't want to fuck with it. It's
You
bad.
feel like you've got the worst case of the munchies you've ever had. You are hungry. Like,
Motherfucker,
even though
I could go.
you remember eating, before you left, you feel like you haven't eaten.
I am starving, which makes no sense.
Weird flex, but alright.
I mean, like, I was trying to open myself to see, hey, what the fuck it is, and whatever it was had multiple loud heartbeats, and was very, very hungry. So hungry that I'm feeling it.
Gave you the munchies?
Yeah, I could go for another double-decker burger.
That's so
And
weird.
I guess it would be right around this time that Hanzo, you would pull up.
Oh no.
See everyone kind of huddled around or just cooped up, and everyone you hear the crunch of the tires, and Hanzo's black, definitely not a government or corporate car rolls up.
Oh,
We're not a
great.
corporate car. Who let you in here?
He pulls up, rolls down the window, sees it's them. So
Oh,
couldn't
great.
keep your nose out of this one either, huh?
Obviously, you couldn't.
Well, it's kind of my job.
Oh, hey, it's like the gang's all back together.
Is it, though?
That's what I'm here to find out.
Nope.
I'm still waiting on an explanation for that, by the way. Yeah, and we found, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have never been that hungry before in my life. It's a little fucking weird.
I have like, God, yeah, I have a Reese's. That's what
He's
I'm
going
used
to he's going to take it and greedily devour it, which you've never seen Carlos do.
Jesus Christ, man.
So,
I don't fucking know.
could
I'm
you
hungry.
give me the gist of what happened or what you found out?
Well, we learned that nobody better lay a finger on his Butterfinger.
Me and Connor found that for one, the blood's all cleaned up, which is weird, with the exception of some over there where there's tire tracks. Motorcycle seems like, right, Connor?
Yeah.
A motorcycle, you say?
Yeah.
That's
whatever.
really interesting.
Yeah.
That's really
whatever.
interesting because I went to the coroner's, checked on the bodies, completely exsanguinated, just like you would suspect. And then he told me that after they were drinked dry, their organs were taken out.
What?
Doesn't sound good.
And not in the sense that their chests were broke open and a chupacabra got inside. I'm meaning there was a surgical cut. Now, what's really interesting
What?
is that the doctor informed me that there was a string of similar killings last year. I'm sorry if you can hear the dog.
Oh, it's okay.
I didn't know you had a dog.
He's chunky.
Yes, he is. Well, it's funny you mentioned that because whoever it was definitely. Oh,
Oh, Libya.
oh, okay. Whoever it was, they were here on a mission because they also stole some new blood bottles.
And I wanted to check this previous case that he mentioned. This thing is, my jurisdiction's only to find out whether or not this is an escaped endofauna. But when I went to go and talk to the detective, he was very touchy about the last year's case. So I was stonewalled in that direction. That's why I'm here. I'm not here as an employee of Pluripotent, mind you. People are dead.
Crosses his arms, raises his eyebrow. And what are you here as?
Like I said, people are dead, and you just told me that this is suitably weird.
Yeah.
What? You know, every now and then I think about what I do with you people, and I begin to wonder if this was a good idea.
All right.
Yep.
Well,
you did almost get eaten by something last time.
well, too late to back out now.
It's never too late. It's never too late, Fred.
No, trust me. When you get to my age, you learn it's too late a lot of times.
How old are you?
Let's not make that canon. Let's just not give that a definitive answer, shall we? I
Okay.
have children.
He's dad age.
Yeah.
I've got dad age.
And besides, just because it's a chupacabra, I mean, last week proved that there's a lot worse things down there. Things I didn't know about.
Okay, a chupacabra on a motorcycle, though. That'd be adorable.
That'd be one hell of a circus act.
With their giant arms just arched over them, trying to hold onto the handlebars.
It sounds like a
Well-
cartoon.
Well, if it's any consolation, Winifred, it's like this would not fit the MO of our mangled friend.
Speaking of which, you're all here now. My boss, Lucia, she said we should all stay a fuck away from the flayed one.
I figured as
I mean, I
much.
feel like that's. And I'm pretty sure that means we're all going to try and figure out what the flayed one is, doesn't it?
No, it's called the flayed one. I say, you know, we don't fuck with something called that. How about that?
I mean,
Is there any information on it?
not really. I have someone to talk to, which we can do if we want to, but I'm going to do that either way. You guys can come if you want, but
Hey,
He's gonna.
we,
He's like, whether to spill the beans about what little he knows.
You know, a good friend once told me that it's never too late to back out.
yeah, she did.
Maybe you should do that with this fight
Yeah,
against a
I'm-
creature that's literally called the flayed one.
Hey, I'm not gonna walk up to the flayed one and ask him to fight.
You
But
sure?
I'm not just gonna. I'm
You
just not
sure
just
about
gonna.
that?
Yes,
You
I'm not.
you
But I'm not gonna just ignore the fact that something
There's a-
called the flayed one exists here, where there's people in danger around it.
You know, the BTK killer existed, but I didn't go out looking for his home address.
Yeah, well, the BTK killer didn't live in a fucking meat suit or meat mountain.
I mean, he would have if he could have.
Also, that thing has a
Well,
heartbeat like
wrong.
nothing else.
while I'm
Plural.
not particularly keen about learning more about that thing, it's a good thing that this case doesn't seem to involve him.
I mean, do we know that for sure?
We hope that for sure.
I mean, worst case scenario, you find a way to knock it out, and they just run it through a trash compactor several times.
I mean, I have Tranks back at the preserve.
Hey, Winifred, I got a question. And I hope you don't take any of it personally.
Oh god, this again.
If it's clear that we're dealing with something that drinks blood and is highly intelligent. It's like could be a vampire, so I have to ask. To your knowledge, are there possibly different forms of vampire? No, that's the that's the thing. It's like I'm suspecting that. Well, it wasn't just the organs; it was the circulatory systems too.
Are we dealing with a cult?
Well,
I'm
like,
not ruling anything out.
in books and stories, cults always take the organs for weird magic stuff. A ritual.
Right.
Yeah, like Tom Cruise took human organs so that he could look like a person.
Wait, is Tom Cruise big around? Oh yeah, Mission Impossible and stuff like that.
Oh,
I forget, Tom Cruise is old.
Yeah,
he was big in the 80s.
He just doesn't age in the face.
This is his heyday. This is the golden years of Tom Cruise before we know about how fucking weird Scientology is.
Before he destroyed a poor woman's couch.
If I had to suspect,
Oh, geez, yeah. Risky Business was 1983.
Wow.
I have a question, mechanically speaking. Could I use a roll weird or use magic to try to connect to a person?
And what way?
If, in the sense of, if I ask a person, could I form an emotional bond temporarily, do that? It's why I'm asking. It's not a traditional thing.
You mean like so you can sense their emotions?
Yes. Carlos, I'm asking because if I can, Carlos is going to ask Annie if he can create a bond temporarily.
I mean, I figure that's something that you've probably been thinking about, considering you did establish a connection with Thundar. So it is possible to create a pseudo telepathic connection with someone in such a way. Yeah,
Cool.
there is the precedent. Also, what were you rolling for, Olivia?
I just need at the beginning of each mystery, I gotta roll a thing. That's all.
Okay.
So Carlos is gonna go, hey, Annie, I need a favor, and it's gonna be weird. So you remember when I started talking to the Ciandre like it was nothing? Yeah, so that was a really strong mental connection in which I was able to communicate thoughts and messages and emotions and convey things, yes?
I mean, you're the one who had it, so
For
you're
the
one who
sake of
knows.
comparison, to the thing I just opened my eye to. I would like to make a connection with you temporarily.
You want to infect Winifred with bloodlust.
No, I want to. I'm not currently connected to that thing. I want to see if the hunger that I felt with my weird magic mojo wojo was like yours, yes. Because that could help pin it down if, hey, is this a vampire? Or, hey, is this something weirder?
That's
And if it gets too much, I'll cut it off.
Well, if you're connected to her, she's fine right now. Are you even going to sense her bloodlust at its bad? That's worse.
I don't know. This is an entirely new field for me.
Also, I'd like. I mean, I don't want you to, you know.
And in the situation, she becomes starving. Annie, drink my blood first. I'm gonna roll it.
Oh, no way, that's oddly sweet.
Winnie, if that happens, do you mind? Will you be upset if I try and stop you? Try being the keyword. Yeah, try
Got
is
a
the
10.
keyword.
So yeah, you're able to establish the connection, and it is very similar to when you established it with Thundar, because since you warned Winifred about this, she is a willing connection. If
Yeah.
someone
Since he's
slightly willing.
he's connected.
Nothing much. Just don't mind me. I'm gonna poke some things.
Do
So,
vampires
what are
have
you
the
trying to
same?
do?
I am trying specifically to see if I can feel her physical need for food, and if the hunger was comparable to the intense hunger that I felt when I accidentally opened my third eye to bad shit.
Okay. What? Sorry. What were you saying, Olivia?
Do I know if vampires have the same reaction to new blood as they do regular blood?
For the most part, New Blood is a mass cloned blood substitute. So yes, it is basically. It's not. Can't be used for transfusions or anything because they don't differentiate like the blood types. So that's the
But
problem.
if Winifred saw a bunch of it, she would get the same hunger
If
for blood.
if she was hungry, yes, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to roll
There is a
preparedness to see
difference
if
between like spilling a bottle of new blood and fresh hot blood pumping straight out of someone's neck, in terms of like someone getting a cut. So there is a very difference, but yes, vampires will have a reaction.
okay, because I'm going to try and help along the seeing the hunger.
Okay. And Carlos with a 10. Winifred, I'd like you to roll a. Well, that would be funny. A tough, because it's like tough is part of like physicality.
Really? Oh, you unholy string.
You know what? You can use weird for that. I forgot that you are a monstrous, so that works. Go ahead, roll weird.
Wow, you still failed.
Okay, Carlos. Oh boy, here we go. Carlos, roll weird.
Oh no.
I know
No.
this robot is a little wacky. I know.
That's why we love him.
Why do you do this, robot? I
Okay.
hate you.
You're kind of like I'm getting the vibe that you kind of feel like weirded and kind of dismissive about this attempt. So you're not really like fully prepared for this, but when Carlos starts to probe, mind probe, sorry, you actually get a flash of the sense of hunger that he was feeling. And
Ooh,
you start to feel that hunger, and it is like those times when you have been denied blood for a few days, and you are just, there is a moment where you just feel completely ravenous. But Carlos, you are able to feel that and shut the connection before she gets the full blast of what you felt.
And it's immediately like, nope, not shut that down.
Yeah, so
I'm
you're
gonna-
able to break that connection. And
can I? Oh God, can I roll preparedness to see if I have a bottle of new blood on me?
yes,
Okay. I wait. Is that enough? I do. Seeing you like that.
yeah, after this, I think after the Chupacabra thing, you just like carry some.
Yeah. Olivia quickly like shoves her hand into her like a jacket pocket and pulls out a bottle of new blood, and toss out it. Winifred. Yeah. Okay. I thought Winifred.
It's like tossing a fish to an orca.
Yeah, she just fucking chucks it at you. I imagine you
Oh
just
yeah,
fucking
it's
break it
gone
open
in
and pour it into your
a few
mouth.
seconds. So
Yeah,
yeah, Carlos,
no.
you with that good roll, you were able to prevent that from becoming a situation.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You know what? Before fucking anything else happens, Winnie, are you all right? Okay. Gotcha.
So either this is a very old, very hungry vampire, or something else.
Um,
Wait a minute.
Carlos. Oh,
Which of you mentioned the possibility of cults?
Hi. That was me.
Carlos.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know there's other stuff going on right now, but Carlos,
Yes.
what the fuck is? How the fuck are you like doing that?
Belief is a very strong emotion. You should look up New Age things.
No, that's not answer, Carlos.
So-
That's my answer for you.
So Carlos brought up was the one who mentioned cults, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
You mentioned the cults thing, and to be honest, I'm not going to throw out that possibility because
Vampire cults.
I've learned recently that there's legends of the flayed one.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, and when I found out, there were similar killings earlier this year, and it's little. I find it too much of a coincidence that that thing came up to the surface and suddenly this happens.
But that thing left a mess.
It's like cults don't have to make sense.
This is true.
Fair point.
And if that flayed thing eats blood, like almost everything down there, from what I've heard, does, there is absolutely nothing saying that that flayed one isn't just a really fucked up vampire from living in the depths of a superorganism, and that this isn't a vampire cult.
Maybe. All right.
That's what I'm saying. It's a possibility. I'm spitballing here.
Why? Hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting.
You would have
Yeah.
been told that partly it is like the official cover for that is or explanation. I should have said cover. Explanation is there are a lot of things swimming in the blood itself. So it's pathogens and stuff that
You
Ah,
have
is the
no
official
resistance to
story,
as a human.
or
Oh,
even a
look.
vampire.
Well, look, it has its own Candiru that, in effect, creatures that drink from the blood.
I
Ugh.
mean, you should see that some of the internal parasites that are in a chupacabra.
Hmm.
ugh.
One's
You're
got
lucky
the
some
face
of
of
them didn't
Gilbert
pop out of
Gottfried.
the dead ones and attack.
God, unrelated, but is it possible to tame chupacabras?
Um,
Most animals can't be tamed. No.
I know. No,
let's see. That one I think would probably You do have people that work. Okay, Deep Ranger. You would know that chupacabras can be trained if they are well fed and raised from pups with a dedicated trainer. Otherwise, they are uncontrollable. But it is very rare that Pluripotent uses them. But certain Deep Rangers do opt to do that because it is a long-term investment.
oh my god. You have now filled. No. But
And it's
we've
only
been.
vampires that have successfully done so.
Oh. God, that fills me with such a strong desire to have a baby chupacabra. God damn it. Noted. So not too dissimilar from our big bird friend. Oh, you guys haven't seen him yet, have you? Well,
Oh, Tommy did.
Oh, we
yeah,
did.
Tommy did. You
Yep.
saw it, Tommy. He almost killed you, I think.
Yep.
But
Oh,
I
I
would have
should have
did. Oh,
said.
sorry. Go on.
Yeah, there's just one detail when Connor found the blood and tire tracks. Connor, I think after a bit it would weird you out after all this talk of the blood being cleaned, that there was a patch of blood that didn't get cleaned.
Hmm.
Give me just a second.
Yeah, he will mention that. He goes,
Because
it is kind of weird that it left a trail at all, considering how clean this thing's been up till that point.
that's
Actually,
Maybe?
the coroner said that noted that that the organ job. What did he? Was he said that the organs were still intact, or
But
were they gone
damaged.
too?
The only missing organ besides like one of them was missing an appendix from a previous like surgery.
Mhm.
Beyond previous surgeries, the only missing organs among all 4 victims, which Hanzo, he did say that the previous 2 nights there was 1 victim each, but this
Yeah.
last night there was 2 victims, and the other 2 you didn't get names for. They were just 2 John Does, as
And
far as you know.
and he said this is different from the last year's killings.
The damage to the missing hearts and circulatory system, like the aorta is all gone, the femoral artery is gone. The Even though the bodies were chopped up, it was what was missing that was the weird part and connected them beyond, they were butchered.
Mhm. Yeah.
But he says that after seeing these 4, after the 5 from the last year,
Yeah.
these are the damage to the nearby organs that would be by the heart is similar because it looks like the veins were ripped out of them.
The difference being these ones weren't chopped up. The new bodies, I mean.
Yeah.
It's like
And
he's gonna bring that up,
Oh,
and he's like, yeah, the last year, it's like something to note about last year's case was that those bodies were butchered, chopped up. These were not. And if it's the same killer, that means he might have been pressed for time.
What if he went into hiding to let his trail cool? But doing that left him ravenous after all that time of hiding.
Yeah, because
So
these
he
weren't the
made
only
a
deaths. Last 2 nights, victim each.
oh.
Hmm.
It's only this night that was 2 in 1 go. We have 4
yeah, the
bodies on
other two
hand.
weren't dismembered.
Maybe this was awful methodical. Is kind of what I noticed is literally nothing else was touched except the guys. Like everything was super well. I was going to say like military precision because there's literally nothing else touched. I don't know, like from what little I saw of our good friend Winnie over there. I don't think you really keep your mind when you're that hungry.
I'm gonna make I'm gonna make a phone call actually.
She'd be draining someone dry like a Capri Sun.
I, which means this person either has a lot of control or is very used to that mindset. Neither is a good sign.
Hanzo is gonna go to his car and make a phone call to McLean.
Okay.
And does McLean know about the flayed one, or
Yes. I over the probably after talking to Fossick, he would have talked to McLean, and yeah, he would have basically said the same thing that Rawhead Bloody Bones is, or the flayed one is, no contact, flee at, flee on sight, basically.
Mr. McLean, can you do me a favor and what about this date? And he gives the time that the last killings happened. Was there any sightings of the flayed one?
And he's like, let me check. And you hear like the clacking of keyboard. Although it's that slow clacking, and you knowing him, he's hunting, pecking with his pointer fingers.
I
But
knew that. Shit.
he after a minute, he's like, I can't really disclose too many details, Claire's level and all that bullshit. No, the last sightings of Rawhead was about 7 years ago.
Eh.
All right, thank
At
you.
least officially that we know, but he's been, that you've seen, he's apparently been out. He's not restricted to the superorganism as far as we can tell. That's about as far as I can tell you.
All right, thank you. And closes up the phone and returns the others. Well, my one theory that this might be coinciding with Rawhead's reappearance might be a fluke, because the last time Rawhead was seen was, at least that they will admit, is 7 years ago. And similar killings like this happened just one. Nonetheless, we are dealing with someone who knows what he wants and is willing to do whatever it takes to get it.
But draining the blood. Okay, you drink blood. All right.
Yeah.
The organs though. Why take the organs?
Maybe
Like- if you
Frankenstein.
sucked out all the blood, it's not like taking the organs is really going to give you much more, is it?
What if he's
Uh-huh.
making a Frankenstein?
You know, that's
No,
not a bad idea.
seriously, think about it. You know, a Frankenstein covers a lot of the bases that a vampire doesn't, cover.
How so?
Well, it can go out in daylight. It needs electricity instead of blood, so there's not quite as big of a, paper trail. And while it can't transform, it's got prodigious strength.
Vampires can't transform.
Hey, Tommy.
Yo,
Tommy boy.
yes.
Roll me a weird.
Okay, let me just make sure of something.
Weird or sharp, whichever is better for you.
I'm just gonna roll a sharp. Well, I'll roll a weird. Why not? Weird's not highlighted, but it's better. Get out of 13 here.
Okay. Fred's completely right. There are homunculuses. You know about those.
You know, he's not wrong. Fred actually has a point about the Frankenstein.
Hey, thank you.
What?
Yeah, they're called homunculi. What else do I know about them?
With a 13, you would know that a homunculi is a catch-all term given to the fairly recent decades development of biotechnology where partially engineered or wholesale organisms are created within labs using technology derived from superorganism research. I will give you that for a 13 because that is near perfect.
And this is a hobo who knows this.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Get on my hobo level. But yeah, it's derived from superorganism technology, so it makes sense that someone's trying to do something. The question
But
is,
why?
what?
But okay, then Hanzo, the organs they've taken, have they taken any repeats?
What do you mean?
Have they taken like 2 hearts, 2 livers, 2 sets of lungs?
It was only hearts.
Just hearts.
Okay, then you're not going to build a homunculus out of just hearts.
I mean, if you did, he'd be all heart.
Do you want me to roll again, Cyril?
Well,
Hmm.
you know that big part of homunculus creation involves cloning technology, which, pluripotent was one of the big forerunners once they started experimenting with the superorganism. Like, cloning happened in the 60s compared to, like, the 90s.
Oh my god, Jurassic Park could be real.
You work in Jurassic Park.
Shut up.
I mean, they
See,
could
if
be
it
taking.
was, where's the experimental tiny elephant?
I mean,
He's
I
in
mean-
the tiny zoo. Duh.
They didn't sell well, so
So, I mean, I think we're going off on a different tangent here, but I suppose taking hearts would give you a base to clone stuff off of.
I
But
mean, you could make with multiple hearts. You can easily just mass produce.
I mean, but like,
maybe
why?
you could build some
That
kind of
seems
giant
like
heart monster that makes an infinite
that
supply of blood.
that seems like
Wait a minute.
if I wanted to get Winifred some blood, I could just buy her a bottle of new blood, not go out and slaughter an entire cow just to drain its blood and give it to her. It seems like doing a lot for something that you could do so much easier with through other means.
Olivia,
Yes.
you saying cow suddenly rings a bell. Sheila did say there was a cow that was killed recently.
Where? Did she say where?
It was a farmer's. She didn't say where, just that a farmer's cow was found dead, and they believe it was a pack of coyotes that got to it.
She stutters like,
She just mentioned she mentioned it offhand, like she was out
cow.
talking, looking for chupacabra victims. Is what she says.
Cow. Hold that thought. Is there a payphone nearby?
Actually, yes, at this gas station there would be.
Do I know the number for the paper that Sheila works for?
No, I don't think you'd know her that well yet.
Damn it. Yeah, we actually don't really like each other. All right, well, that's a thing to keep in mind.
Did Carlos
Sheila
yet
mentioned a cow being killed, which is, not too weird, but she said it looked like a pack of coyotes got to it, which something that gruesome doesn't sound too dissimilar from someone getting cut open and having their organs removed.
You're saying
Oh no.
that the vampire's a coyote.
No, oh my god. Vampire Winifred, can vampires shapeshift?
I mean, you've never met one that could, and you've tried.
Well, I mean, maybe it's controlling coyotes like Dracula.
Winifred, can you guys control coyotes?
Like Dracula?
I wish I could turn into a bat. That'd be rad.
Connor tilts his head and then goes, "Well, did you say that vampires could tame the chupacabras?"
Yeah, they tame them over time. Oh.
And they have to be very.
Yeah, but
the chupacabra has to be fed constantly because of their extreme metabolisms to be docile enough to be, used. Which is why they're, they've only capable of use inside a superorganism because, chupacabra pet gets hungry, it just chomps on a wall.
Mm-hmm.
God, it'll never happen. But God, I want a pet chupacabra now. God damn
You
it!
saw what they look like, right?
Yes.
I could post it, but that would get us strike.
YouTube's got a kink and it's chupacabras.
Yeah, yes.
The
I saw
chupa
the
kink,
chupacabras.
bruh.
I
fucked up little
roped one
guys.
to the ground.
Wait,
Nope.
did Carlos yet share that during his little mushroom samba that he heard like his shared his sensations when he felt?
Yeah, actually, Winifred, you would have noticed it too. That pulse, pulse of beating hearts. Like at first you thought it was one, but it was like multiples just overlapping.
Carlos?
Oh, sorry, what's up? I zoned the fuck out hard.
Big mood.
Chupa kink, bro. Oh yeah, no, there was several. Not a fun time.
Okay, that's
My head
interesting.
is pounding.
Sounds
I
like
can't
a
tell.
cult.
That's interesting considering the hearts have been taken.
That's what I'm thinking. Or I'm hearing the superorganism, and the superorganism has multiple hearts. Either are viable answers.
Does?
This is evidence for the heart monkeys theory.
Yeah, the superorganism has many, many hearts.
Okay.
Like just spread out. Something's got to pump all that blood.
Yeah.
You could probably drive to those fucking chambers. Shit.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, like, Fred, you would know that inside the museum there is a life-size model of one of the smaller ones, and it's like big enough that people can walk through the chambers.
Awesome. Olivia definitely fucking went to that thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I may have opened my mind to a cult's attempt at bringing something around, and that's a thought.
You know, we can
It's
stand around
hungry.
here just throwing ideas around,
Should
but we
probably
also
check out.
have tracks.
Yes, and they go to the road.
No, we have. Well, I mean, maybe, but we might be able to follow them.
Okay,
Oh,
let's go
Was
follow.
there anyone that didn't roll a investigate a mystery?
Yes, actually, I
No.
believe.
I didn't, but my attention
Yeah.
span's not great.
I don't think
I mean,
Fred or
Sharp is actually one of
Tommy did.
my skills, but
Oh,
I'm playing it in character. I am just not an observant fellow.
I mean, if you want, people who haven't rolled, I don't think Tommy you have.
No,
Yeah,
I mean like
Tommy
Sharp.
have not.
I'd have a +1 towards Sharp skills, so like I'll
Yeah.
use it eventually. It's just.
I mean,
It's been a roll.
I'm just gonna say you're probably like wandering around.
Yeah.
8. So you get 1 for investigate. Oh, where's the cheat sheet? Okay.
That's basically it.
So Tommy,
Mhm.
the 8 you get a hold of 1. Let's see. The ones that haven't been answered are what can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? Those 3 left.
I'm gonna ask, where did it go? You know.
Okay. And after you mentioned the homunculus stuff and the topic of conversation kind of shifted away from you and that, and thankfully you don't have to talk about that too much. So just kind of
Mhm.
sidle away and start looking around,
Mhm.
and kind of on the opposite direction of the lot from where the blood splatter and the motorcycle tracks are. You look over and through the brush, you see what looks like a couple of broken branches near a few of the bushes, and what looks like something heavy was dragged through the dirt. It looks like something moved out from the
Mhm.
area into the desert.
Oi, guys, got something over here. And he points at the disturbance that disturbed the environment. Something big, something funny is going on.
You better
And
check it
yeah,
out.
like you can see a trail, like an animal trail, where you don't see footprints, but like it looks like something was. You're not sure if like dragged or like just moved through because it is kind of hard packed dirt, so it's hard to see like prints.
Mhm.
But you do see like some broken branches off of bushes and stuff. Like so something large did pass through here, or fairly large, and it's leading out into the
Mhm.
desert. And it's like this is outside the outskirts of town, so it's really the closest things around here are some farmers fields and like maybe like an out or not an outhouse, like a rest stop further down, like closer to the turn off of the highway. But this is like looking like it's going off into the desert, um and like beyond like a few small mountain like outcroppings, there's like not much there before it gets to the actual Chuparosa Mountains of the valley walls.
That's a lot of
Might
ground to
as
cover.
well.
So, You all start following this trail then, or what's up?
Yep.
Yeah, might as well.
Well, we learned recently that the desert's big enough to hide entrances to giant ancient monsters. So
Okay,
Yeah,
so
true.
who wants to take the lead in tracking this? Because with having so many players, I'm going to probably start restricting certain things to like 1 or 2 people, so
Yeah.
that it's just you all can't just brute
Easier to
force the
handle.
hmm
Probably sharp.
yeah,
I am very good at sharp. I have a +2 to sharp.
I feel
And,
like
you
the
know,
person
I'm
who works
up
at an actual
there,
nature sanctuary makes the most sense for tracking.
Yeah,
I don't know
that makes
why,
a
it's
lot of
just a
sense.
gut feeling I have that would be a sensible decision.
Yeah.
Sorry, what? Sorry, TT, you've been kind of quiet tonight on my end, so
Oh,
I
shit.
didn't catch that one.
I think the person who actually works at a nature sanctuary should probably do,
Oh, yeah.
tracking.
Okay.
by all means, take the lead, Olivia.
All right.
And it seems like it's
You
literally
know,
in your
people
job
can
description.
help out. Since there's enough people, someone can help out if they want.
It can't hurt because robot mean.
I
To
would
help
like to
out.
help out.
And yeah, you 10. Okay.
Not needed.
And I got a
Okay.
level up from that one. She's like just like
Okay.
suddenly and like
First time you've
I got
had to
nothing.
track something that got out into the desert. So
It's like it's just like home. And this is home. So it's perfect.
and yeah, following Olivia, a lot of you just there's a point where you're like, wait, there's a trail here, but Olivia, you're able to like keep the trail of at least something that moved through here. You're not sure what. You do pass like a sandy area where it looks like there was like footprints of some kind, but they're like smaller. They're not human footprints. But like you're not sure if that might have been like a passing javelina or something. So you're not sure if it's them, but it's in the same vague direction, but it's not like a lot of dirt to really tell. But you're going along, and the sun's getting closer to the horizon, and sunset's coming. But Winifred, you would be the first to smell it again, where you smell what is not blood, or it smells like decay or like fresh meat. Or actually, you know what it is, because once you, in the path that Olivia is leading you, you realize that what you were smelling is something that has been dead, baking out in the Arizona sun. As Olivia, you find a handful of coyotes on the ground,
Oh.
kind of scattered in an area with what looks to be wounds either in their stomachs or their sides.
What
I'm
was that
sorry
about
for
the
the
pack of
gruesome.
coyotes?
Um, and and actually, when you approach, like some vultures go flying off or buzzards go flying off because dead animals. So
They're doing their
they're gonna
jobs, but we're trying to do ours.
yeah.
Go on,
They
shoot for
squawk
now.
indignantly. I don't know if they squawk, but they make like they seem indignant as they fly off. Like, damn. Actually, no. It would have been a giant condor was there, and it kind of stares you down before leaving with the smaller buzzards
Ooh.
because the preserve did help establish a breeding population of condors.
Does he recognize me?
Actually, it would have been marked. You do see it has like a wing chip or like a bracelet, like an ankle bracelet thing. So it's you can't tell which one it is, but it's definitely one that the preserve has seen. So yeah, condor
Okay.
cameo.
Remarkable
Condor
animals.
cameo.
Remarkable animals. Just trying to do their job, but
Yeah.
we've got one to do too.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
just
to the
because
giant
I
condor
like
before the
giving him shit
monster.
posthumously still, Johnny Cash was made to. He funded a lot of the efforts into the Condor clothing restoration after his
Oh,
accident.
aw. Johnny Cash was awesome.
Because he was really sad
Wait,
about
what
what happened.
accident
On
did
that.
Johnny Cash have involving condors?
He was driving a car through a California national park that was the Condor Preserve, and it overheated, so he went walking for help, and it caught fire, starting a forest fire,
Oh
and killed off
no!
condors. And it was something he regretted for like the rest of his life.
Oh no!
Aw.
You're saying he donated to bring some to help condors?
Voting to reestablish the population because he's like, okay, I made a boo boo here. Take a lot of money.
So what
Here,
you're saying is
bring-
ain't no grave gonna hold these condors down.
Yeah. But
Get it?
okay,
Because they were brought back to life. Anyway,
yes. So you'll find a kind of gruesome scene of some partially eaten coyotes with some gruesome ones. Sorry about the canine trauma. But without getting too
we can handle this, Olivia, if you're up for it.
Please.
yeah, and like Winifred or Hanzo, whoever wants to check a quick inspection. Yeah, the coyotes are missing their hearts. I won't get too descriptive of it, but Hanzo, it is very similar to what you saw with the people.
Just the hearts, though?
Yep, and no blood.
The hearts and
Like
the wallets.
those were some of the cleanest looking vultures you saw.
Well, seems pretty clear to me that whatever we're dealing with is not picky. Same profile as the Vix. No blood, no hearts.
So they're making a Frankenstein out of coyotes and people. Like sort of
I think they're
coyote.
just not picky.
What if they're making a werewolf Frankenstein?
Oh,
And
they're
it's a
coyotes.
vampire of the true triple threat.
Get out of my notes.
Get out of my notes.
See, this would be way before vampire werewolves hybrids were like really codified.
Yeah, it's well before Underworld, so you've got like the fucking patent on this shit.
Fucking Fred goes on to become a best-selling novelist. Vampire werewolves. Why didn't anyone think of this before?
We live in a world where Underworld was written with like
They cast
After-
Kate Beckinsale in the movie, and I got to meet her and everything. She's gonna have a
Aw.
long, varied career after this. Certainly not just gonna be stuck doing Underworld sequels.
Aw.
Or do a recall remake. So, yeah, there's a looks like whatever got the people at the gas station also got these coyotes.
4 people, pack of coyotes, and a cow. And that's all we know of.
This feels
thing's
like
carving a bloody path.
Yeah, it also sounds like the start of a sick joke.
I was about to say that.
I would say that actually now that you've got the coyotes and you weren't able to really take a good look at the humans, Hanzo and Winifred, when you look them over, you do see like at first it looks like slices, almost like as Hanzo, as the guy, as Guerrero described it, almost surgical, but it's weird. They don't really resemble like knife cuts that you've seen, but it is a clean wound.
Just because it was done with a potentially natural tool doesn't mean it wasn't done intelligently.
I mean, can vampires have claws? Or is that the werewolf part?
That's the
Remember,
Actually,
werewolf.
last week we saw something whose
Winifred,
claws could impale a man.
yeah, Winifred, it does seem like you don't recognize like what could have made it, but it does seem like it was not like a blade, but more like a fine claw or something that sliced it.
Werewolves in this economy?
More likely
In
in a
this
yank.
heat with those pelts?
Definitely not.
And as you're all kind of standing there, there's a moment where you all kind of jump as you hear a voice go, excuse me, what are you doing out here?
Turn
Oh,
around.
well, there's a sort of werewolf hybrid monster that we're.
No, we're just checking on something. We
And
found these
you
coyotes.
you turn around to see a woman standing there. She's got like, the hiking boots on, and she's got a backpack, but she's the backpack actually it looks to be like a researcher's thing where it's got like a bunch of specimen jars and stuff or containers, and she's just kind of looking at you all, and she's like, I came following the saw a condor, and she leans over and she sees the coyotes, and she's like, "What the fuck? Did you do this?"
It looked like we did.
Condors were here first.
It's because I'm homeless, isn't it? You think I'm some sick and twisted delinquent who's living out on his own because he's homeless.
She pats Tommy. It's okay, Tommy. It's okay.
No, ma'am. We are. Let's see. We saw the birds circling. We found this.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, I saw the birds flying, and then a big one swooped down, and then
Yeah, it's one of ours.
I was just out collecting specimens, and then
Who are you that you're collecting specimens out here?
oh, I'm Eliza. I study. Gonna sound boring, but I was collecting grasshoppers. And
Oh.
she like unslings her backpack, and there's a few jars that have some grasshoppers stuffed inside it.
That's not boring at all.
But
Everyone needs a hobby.
and she was like looks over. She like goes over to one of the coyotes and starts like
Wouldn't-
looking at it, taking a
I- I-
stick to poke.
I
Prod at
wouldn't
it.
if I were you. No.
Oh, this is gruesome.
It's gruesome. Yeah. I think we need to back up. I could use some air.
And
Anyone else use some air?
We're outside.
oh yeah,
We're
Wait.
outside.
Hanzo, I will punch you in the nose.
she's like really focused on these coyotes, and she gets in this mode that actually, Olivia and Winifred, you've seen this with scientists or like just people that where they're just like in study mode, where she's just inspecting these coyotes.
Nerd
Like using a
mode, though.
prod at them.
Olivia's gonna.
And then
Great. We're never flying away from it. Flying her away from this.
drain the blood from these, and their hearts are missing. She looks back at you. It's like, what's going on? This is.
That's what we're trying to figure out, ma'am.
Yeah,
And
the best
she-
we can figure, someone's making sort of a Frankenstein out of coyote and
We
human
don't.
parts.
We don't all think that.
Mr.
I-
She
Klessman.
like nods slowly. It's like, you mean like Pluripotent's playing Monster Maker?
No, we're thinking it's more like a rogue Dracula.
Mr. Klessman.
But
That seems racially insensitive.
Oh, is it?
You happen to be standing next to a Dracula. And he does the
Oh,
finger
she's a
quotes.
vampire.
Yeah, vampire. Dracula was a vampire.
Yeah, but like a Dracula is different than just any vampire.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
Fred, no.
I can't. Wow, he really is a middle-aged dad. He's committing microaggressions.
Oh no.
He doesn't know the
no!
difference between a vampire and a Dracula, but there is a difference between a vampire and a Dracula.
Really
There
what
is.
exists.
Hanzo very quietly is like, I choose to associate with these people.
I can feel. Carlos is like, I severed my bond with her, and I can still feel the deadpan.
Yeah,
And
just
the-
look at her face.
the photo Eliza, she's just kind of standing there. She looks past you all towards where the gas station direction is, and she's like, "Oh shit! Was this tied to why I saw all the cops at the gas station earlier?"
Maybe we're
Yeah,
trying to look around ourselves.
That sounds likely.
We're trying to figure that out.
Oh, well, shit.
Yep. Yeah, actually,
That's sort of the menu of the day.
pretty apt. Yeah.
She like kind of looks around and she goes, "Well, with it about to become sunset, I think I'm going to get back to my truck and head on home." So
Well, who are you?
yeah,
Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're collecting crickets, like grasshoppers, but like, you can't lie. You can't pretend it's not weird that we found you here while looking at this.
Yeah, wait a minute. What if you're the Dracula?
Oh no, that's not okay. I just who are you?
You can't
Like-
just ask
I
somebody if
told
they're
you
a
my name's
Dracula.
Eliza. I don't even know any of your names.
Olivia,
I'm
I
sorry,
work at
I'm Fred Kletzman.
I'm Olivia. I work at the preserve.
Okay, and she like, wait, I think I've been in your restaurant. As she points at Carlos. You're in the spoon,
Hi,
right? Oh, hi, Tommy.
Hi, I'm Tommy. I'm homeless. Would you give me a home?
Whoa, that's kind of creepy.
4
Tommy.
words.
Tommy,
She's just like, "No, but I can do this," and she gives you a $5 bill.
Oh, that's a
I'll
nice
take
person.
it. I thought she was pulling a taser out.
That's the other pocket.
Random fucking man proposes on the street, gets tased.
The thing is, Hanzo would not do anything to stop it. You just kind of sit there watching it happen.
Tommy's
Yeah.
got a little bit of Johnny Bravo in him.
Just
Keep
like,
me
yeah.
mine.
Whoa, pretty mama. You wanna give me a home?
So
I'm unretired and I'm 5 months away from going Ed Gein.
Oh god.
Wow.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Wow.
God damn it.
so
You almost killed me.
and she goes, sorry, that was damaging. She goes, okay, so hi, yeah, I'm an entomologist. I study insects, and I was out here doing field work, before it cools down in the afternoon before sunset, and a lot of things are active around then. So she just kind of shrugs.
Miss, what was your name again?
Alright.
Sorry, what was that?
Eliza.
Miss Eliza, from looking at this, I'd definitely recommend staying inside for the night.
Yeah, no kidding.
Agreed.
I'm just gonna go back to my truck and head home.
You do that.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Also, watch out for motorcycles. They go
Yeah,
fast
our
on these roads
Dracula
at
might
night.
be riding a motorcycle.
Fred!
Wait, and she
No!
like frowns. And she's like,
Fred.
wait, motorcycles? You. I mean, she looks at the coyotes and then back, and she's like, I don't. This may sound. I don't want to seem like a gossip, but if
Oh god.
there's that vampire lady that rides her motorcycle up and down the roads around here all night.
Is she with us right now?
No.
To be
No,
fair,
no. I've seen her sometimes when I was out, doing night catching, and I'd hear her roaring up and down the road sometimes. Sometimes it sounds like she's racing something or someone, but
Maybe
I
racing
don't know.
against the dark troubled past.
Big buff lady, vampire. I see her, and she frowns, and she's like, "Shit."
No,
I've actually
I'm
seen
not...
her buying new blood from that store.
Okay, but let's not jump to conclusions. That's profiling.
I'm not trying to be a gossip or anything. I'm just gonna go because now I'm sounding like a bigot.
Okay,
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do
I
that.
mean, nothing against you, man. You seem like a
Oh.
lovely vampire.
Wait,
You know,
what?
watch what you say. You might offend some people.
Wait, what did she say?
Uh,
What?
Ponzo is not laughing.
Alright, listen, we're committed by the preserve. If you say anything weird or whatever, just, they'll be able to contact me. I have my radio.
And if you're secretly the murderer, don't you kill us.
Fred, shut up!
But
And
wouldn't that
she,
make her want to
that's
kill us
that.
even more?
Like, yeah, she's like, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, now that you called me out, if I was the killer, I'd have to kill you now,
But
wouldn't
then
I?
again, wouldn't that be too obvious?
Me and my army of genetically
God.
enhanced grasshoppers. Watch out.
I mean, I've seen some weird shit the last couple of days. That wouldn't actually surprise me.
You go home. Get home before it gets dark. Be safe. Anything weird,
Yeah.
call the preserve. There you go.
Sure.
Or the police.
Or the police. Yeah.
Don't you go kill
Yeah,
us.
she nods at that one. She's like, yeah. And she
I mean,
starts-
but it's also the police. You know how that can go. You and I are women in the 90s.
Living in the 90s.
Why did you specify the time period? Are you a time traveler?
No, because we've only barely just gotten men to listen to us.
I mean,
going back to my
second wave
car.
feminism happened like 3 decades ago.
Yeah, and look where we still are at.
Well, now Courtney Cox can wear those little outfits, and no one even blinks.
So Fred and Olivia bicker as you all start heading back to the cars, or are you? What's going on?
Yeah,
Ponzo just announced that I'm going back to my car.
Yeah,
I would
Carlos
like
is
to leave
already
this
like
night.
walking. Carlos is walking past the desert. I do.
Grasshopper lady was nice, but I don't trust her.
Oh my god.
I do
mean-
have a question. Can I still hear the heartbeats from earlier?
Once you cut that off and once you took off your headphones and it cut the connection.
Okay,
And
cool.
then you heard
That's
it
all.
again briefly when you connected with Winifred, but you're able to cut that off before it
Okay, I wasn't sure if seeing the other bodies where other heartbeats could trigger that, so I just wanted to make sure.
Codger's going to point out and go, if nothing else, the motorcycle lady is a witness.
Yeah,
really
witness that we were
potentially-
doing weird shit in the outdoors.
It may be profiling, but it's still a lead.
Kind
Yeah.
of another point is like the blood droplets were leading away. Maybe she interrupted it. The thing doubled back to clean up.
Alternatively, maybe that she's the newspaper person who goes in the morning and throws a newspaper at the doors before dawn.
That's all.
We'll have to look into
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, keep an eye. Look for the motorcycle riding vampire.
It's the first lead we've had, besides cults and Frankensteins and other stuff.
Yeah.
All very valuable leads.
Oh my god.
Fred,
I
Fred.
choose to.
Never
I
change,
choose-
Fred.
I choose to fraternize with these people.
I don't choose to fraternize with you. You all keep on bringing mysteries into my my restaurant, and I'm like,
Carlos,
Minor.
you're bored and you follow these people. You know better.
I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Serve food to people who are tired and hate working for a company? Ugh.
That is your job, yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
I don't know if you think about it. What if I think you're probably on a day off because you would take the thing is, as a deep ranger, you would probably spend upwards, close to a week inside the superorganism, scouting out and doing ranger stuff. So you would have couple days off, so it's alternating. So I'd probably say that you're not really in threat of having to go to work. Just for my own ease,
Valid. That is valid.
I'm lazy.
No, it's valid.
All right, so how are we going to look into this?
Well, we can go find a vampire riding a motorcycle.
It is getting close to sunset, so the
If
vampires are becoming more active. Actually, I'd say it's it's got that starting that really beautiful orange right before sunset, or as sunset starts. So it's getting close to nighttime.
I'd take a gander and say if we wanted to, wait, we probably can flag her down. I mean,
I'd say
Might
we
be
get.
it's not like there's other things on the road at night besides, vampires on motorcycles. Anything else would be preposterous, right?
I'd say we get somewhere we can
Um,
hunt down safely for a bit.
Who would I have roll for this?
Oh no.
Make it Fred.
You know what? I'd say just for the fun of it, Fred, Olivia, being a local, and Carlos. Ha ha ha. You can all roll a sharp
Oh, I'm great at this.
for remembrance.
Let's go. 8. I'm great at this as I roll poorly.
I am hoping I fail. There we go.
You remember you get XP for failing.
And Fred,
I didn't.
I
can
got
roll just for
7.
fun of
I got 7.
Oh.
I just used a Google Dice Roller because I
Okay,
forgot about
So,
I got 7's not a failure. It's an almost.
like Carlos was joking about, oh, there's nothing else on the roads at night. Fred, you know that there's just all over the country. There's stories of ghost cars, phantom hitchhikers, beasts of roads. All kinds of spooky stuff happens on roads at night, and
You
they
ever
the
hear
same
of
thing.
Resurrection Mary in Chicago? Thing's nothing to fuck with.
And everyone knows
I've-
about those big dogs that run beside your bus.
I'm
Don't talk about the
calling
night dogs.
shenanigans.
So, speaking of vehicles, you have 3 vehicles, right? Hanzo's company car, the Jalopy, and Olivia's preserve truck, right?
I
Yes.
also have a giant, like a piece of shit car.
Oh yeah, that's true. Did you drive it over?
We can say I did if we want to.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're banged up, not
Classic.
pristine. Classic.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, what do y'all want to do? It's about to be nightfall, not too long. Seems your next lead is a local vampire woman riding a motorcycle.
It's
How
just
much?
a dozen
Oh,
calories.
I guess I should ask since tomorrow's a holiday for people, and I don't know if people have off or not.
I have Memorial Day
Normal.
off, so I can go the fuck as long as we need.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, if people don't have anywhere to be tomorrow, we could probably go a little bit later than normal.
I mean, I'm eventually gonna need to evacuate some things, but
Well, yeah, everyone's got to do something, but I got stuff to do after the game, but so sorry, I just wanted that. What's your all next step?
Well, actually, the knick-knack place Lucia told me about.
Oh yeah, the curio shop.
Yeah, how late is that open? Do I know?
She didn't really give you a time, but
Can I look in the yellow pages for their number?
Do you have a yellow pages in
Sure.
your truck?
We
There's
don't see why
a
not.
phone booth
Actually,
there,
no,
or a pay.
I'll roll on that.
Oh
With
yeah.
my preparedness. Let's go. I don't wait. It's an 8. I don't have it on me. Fuck. It's elsewhere. I know where it is, but it'll take some time to
No,
get it. Fuck you,
It
Greg.
was by the Manatee Mall, which is open, after dark.
Wait, what?
So there's a chance that it might be open since it's by the mall, but not sure.
Okay, where are my yellow pages? If they're not here.
Probably back either home or at the preserve.
Damn it.
I
maybe
mean,
you threw them
I
at
would
someone who's
discuss
your
you
romantic
live.
other and screamed at them a bunch. It
I'm
happens
gonna go to the
sometimes.
mall. Anyone else want to go to the mall? Yes, no, maybe so.
Is it open?
I mean,
Oh yeah, the mall's open at until like midnight.
Oh hell yeah! Oh boy, we're going shopping at the mall, gang.
I'm not
Mall
going shopping. I'm just gonna go
Mall's
talk to someone.
completely
We
shut
still
down.
got that Circuit City in there. I could go for some new radio bits.
I'll
The
go
Circuit
with
City
them.
is still in there.
I'll go with them.
We don't
This will be
all need-
entertaining.
We don't all need to go to the mall.
The only other lead we have is sitting here on the side of a road until a vampire lady rides by on a motorcycle.
I mean,
I
what
mean-
I'm doing doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this.
I'm
I
too
can
old to
sit-
be waiting for vampire ladies on motorcycles. Not
No,
gonna
you're
happen.
not.
I mean, I could just sit here and wait. It's fine.
That was my
I
plan.
mean, you're not waiting alone.
And Connor, you
Yeah.
you feel that nudge of it wants to go with Olivia to learn.
He does this look of wow, his vote of fuck, I could actually do something if I saw the lady on the motorcycle. Because never mind, apparently I changed my mind. I'm going with Olivia.
Okay,
Oh,
then I shall stay here and wait for the vampire lady.
Alright, who's sticking with him?
Sorry, I don't mean to railroad you, Connor. It's just that compulsion. You don't have to listen to it. It's just that want.
Yeah, but it's things go so much easier when it's not screaming at him.
That's valid.
No, that's
Hey
fine.
Connor, what do you want for breakfast? The souls of the innocent. Bagel.
Oh,
It's basically
Oh,
two
two
bagels.
bagels.
No, you gotta say right. A bagel. No,
Bagel.
two bagels.
Two bagels.
So
I'll wait
That's
with-
fine. My annoyance was in character.
You know what? But I will wait with the hobo for the vampire lady. It's never too late to do.
Of course.
okay, so the three of you, Tommy, Fred, and Winifred, and then Carlos and Hanzo. Where are you going?
In lieu of accidentally connecting myself to another vampire, which is now importantly a thing that can happen, I'm going to go with Olivia because the last thing we want to do is send Olivia on her own and her get
It's
ambushed
not.
by vampires.
Yeah, Connor's going with her. Don't worry. The plague victim's there.
Yeah, it's fine.
Carlos is taking the jalopy.
Carlos, Olivia, Connor, so Team COC.
And Hanzo, where are you going?
I was originally going to stay because no one else was, but that's changed to be quite the opposite now.
Okay, so teams of two. Okay, Tommy,
God.
Fred, and Winifred staying behind, and the other four going to the curio shop. So, let's see. Olivia and the rest, you go traveling, and you see the Manatee Mall. It's bright, especially like now that the sun's finally starting to set, fully, and it is, kind of near the edge of the town, but let's see. Where this? The Manatee Village Center Mall. The heart of what is happening in Redemption. But you are going the Manatee Village Center Mall, home of such stores as the Reading Tower, the Honor Gesture, the Ordinary Expedition Butcher Shop, the Talking Cake Bakery, and the Sleeping Horse Guns and Ammo. And next door, you see the neon wizard side of the Abracadabra Car Wash. But you go nearby. Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
And it's like the neon sign is like a stereotypical wizard with the stars and moon robe and hat, just casting soap bubbles onto a dirty car and cleaning it. But they're very busy. Lots of car washes in the desert. But nearby you see a little kind of like strip mall of just smaller buildings nearby, and tucked away between two larger buildings is a small, fairly nondescript building that you probably wouldn't even really notice if you weren't looking for it. And it is the Oddities and Obscurities Curio Shop. And it has the little blinking sign saying open.
Well, I can't resist that. Let's go.
Can't say I've been in many curio shops.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Oh, you visit all kinds of them when you're traveling with your kids.
I imagine I like to look at things.
Oh wait, I'm not here.
Oh, you're not here.
Never
He's
mind
here in
anything I
spirit.
said.
He's here in spirit.
Yeah.
Because really, Fred is with us always.
I can still hear him blathering away about nonsense.
Hey,
So,
Fred, I brought your drink.
You know, Tommy, there is a
Yeah.
fully stocked gas station with no one watching it nearby. Say that what you will.
Slurpee
I'll be right back.
machine.
Yeah, Tommy, I need to go use the restroom somewhere. Shifty eyes.
I'll be right back. Whistles
so-
instantly.
The curio shop, the sign's blinking open, so. And it's like you can't really see into the shop because it says curio shop, but it looks more like an antique store or junk store because of just all the crap that is pushed up on display in the windows. You can't really see inside it because there's just knickknacks, old-timey stuff, like old posters from like advertisements. Just it's a junk drawer just threw up onto this storefront.
Well, it's
Aw, sadness.
well,
Fucking
it's a bit cluttered in
Wally's
here.
Treasures. It's awesome.
Hmm.
I went to
Well-
Wally's Treasures. It's great.
Who recommended this place?
Olivia's boss.
Yeah. My boss did some Sue's in here. She might know more about the flayed one.
Fun.
And
Do I see any the Chupacabra merchandise?
okay, so you enter.
Yes.
So you all enter, and there's the ding of a bell above the door, and it's that smell of like antique stores of just like some mildew and old leather and paper and dust that is kind of cozy, but there's also like it smells like there might be some incense burning somewhere in the store, but the building, it looks actually bigger now that you're inside it. It's longer than it was wide, so it's kind of squeezed between the buildings, and it
Okay.
just kind of goes back.
See,
And
I'm not gonna jump to Supernatural immediately. I've been in stores like that.
yeah,
I remember going to a Christmas store, and I'd never realized that there would be hours and hours spent there.
Oh god, that sounds like hell.
It was.
Oh jeez.
Rip.
It felt like
But-
stepping into another dimension.
There's all the
Yeah,
Santas you can eat.
But see, the highlight of that trip, what I definitely liked about going there, is that there was a giant painting of Jesus knocking on the window of a skyscraper. Kaiju Jesus.
What? What? What?
What?
Kaiju
What?
Jesus.
You
Have you
have
not seen
officially
that painting?
derailed the game with Kaiju Jesus.
Why Jesus? Why?
Congratulations.
Kai Jesus.
Why
Kai
Kai
Jesus.
Jesus.
Hi,
Jesus.
Hi Jesus?
Have you not seen that painting?
No.
No.
I'll
Show
find it.
us.
Kai Jesus.
Show us this Kai
sounds like something that Miranda Esper would have on her show.
Yeah, here it is. I found it.
Yes, show us. Oh no!
What the fuck?
That's the UN building.
Yeah, it's the UN building. I forgot about it.
Oh God.
Hey,
What the
Fox.
fuck? What? What?
Yeah.
It is kind of great.
What?
Oh
I-
God.
But seeing that was part of my pun, a religious experience.
Why
Oh,
is he
God.
so white?
Because
Like I know
Yeah.
depictions of Jesus are usually white.
See,
It
I
tastes
wouldn't
like
like the version of
burgers.
Jesus where like he reaches into like capitalist buildings and like captures CEOs. It's like, oh
Wait,
no, he's taken Jeff Bezos. Unfortunate.
Just ask Jesus why he's white.
Yeah. How dare you, Nora?
can't ask this Middle Eastern man why he's white.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to jump
Sorry.
this thing back up to the rails.
Sorry.
Oh no,
Sorry.
that was worth it. Oh God, that was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to say good Jesus.
I'm gonna switch over to my notes tab so I don't have to look at that. Making me laugh to look at it. I'm sorry. So you step in. And it is. The store goes further back than what you expected. It doesn't seem like TARDIS levels of like, oh, it's bigger on the inside. It just has that illusion of a small storefront, but
it just keeps going.
Yeah, and it's just like stacks and stacks of things from all throughout the last century and a half. There's furniture, there's coat racks with like scarves, coats, hats, heavy stuff that probably no one here is going to wear more than once a day on like the weird, freaky cold days that the deserts get sometimes. But
I imagine that probably happens a lot, doesn't it? In
I
like
mean,
the months that it's cold.
Yeah. Although I guess I am thinking more of our horrible global worm time. But yeah, it's not something that you would really see people buying at this time, spring. But some of it probably was traded in from the winter. But you enter and there's just it's like antique store condensed, and it is like there's stuff hanging from the ceilings, and almost it's like antique store and almost library, not library, museum of just stuff on display. Like some things are behind cases, glass cases, or set up on like wall mounts, and you see like old timey muskets. There's hunting bows. You see suspended from the ceiling a canoe where a mannequin is rowing it upside down. Um, it's delightful. It's just like I Spy Clutter Eyesore.
Is there any toy the Chupacabra merchandise?
Actually, yes, there is. You do see some old like golden era pluripotent rush like redemption memorabilia and stuff. There's actually like a little corner that is specifically pluripotent and superorganism stuff and chupacabra stuff. Like you see Chewy Chupacabra lunchbox. There's a poster of the cartoon. Some of the dolls that like are rare and stuff.
Well,
you even see like
those are in her hand now. You guys walk in and look around, and she just 1 second she didn't have them, the next second she does. Or are they like in a case or?
Yeah, most
Oh,
some of the more rare stuff like the dolls, which there weren't many of because not much demand outside. But yeah, but there are other stuff. There's like it's like if you look hard enough, it seems if there was some kind of memorabilia, it's hidden somewhere in this corner. But as you're looking, you hear a voice, and kindly old lady voice go, "Oh, I see you found something you like. May I help you, dear?" And you turn around, and there is an elderly woman, big glasses, white hair tied back in a bun, and she's got like this shawl on, and she kind of looks like a librarian, like a stereotypical librarian almost, but she's smiling sweetly, and she's like, "Can I help you?" Looking to the group.
yes. How much is the Toy Chupacabra plushie?
Oh, and like there's a plushie that it's like $10.
I want that. Do you think Fred's kids would like it?
Fred
Real
doesn't
question
see
is,
his
do you
kids,
think
so
Fred will see his kids.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think he's with his kids.
his wife took the kids in the divorce. He's told me several times in the diner.
Goddamn. That man needs a hug.
That
Anyway,
man needs to find his Frankenstein.
That man needs to find his Frankenstein, and we're
I-
gonna help him.
I will take. I want this. I want the toy stuff. I want toy and chupacabra.
And like takes it, and so like she can bring it up to the counter when you're ready. And there's like a little tag hanging on it. But
Oh.
she goes, and the rest of you just browsing.
Yeah, just looking around.
There
Yep,
is
for
another
now.
reason that we came
Oh.
here. You know Lucia.
Yes.
Well, she looked at this old lady, and was like, "Oh, I don't know if I want to spook her, but
It's like, hey, do you know about Jack the Ripper? During the time
Yeah.
Jack the Ripper was active.
Go ahead and roll.
exactly." She's like, "Oh, this is a little old lady. I'm worried now." She said, "Yeah."
Secret Ninja Grandma.
Lucia sent me here to ask you about
Ooh.
something.
Oof, I'm sorry, but oof, Carlos, snake eyes.
Ooh.
I think you don't really detect anything. You got kind of a migraine that's grown since that.
Yeah.
It-
Fair.
So you can't really tell. You just got too bad of a headache to really like focus enough on that. But sorry, continue. Snake
Lucia
eyes
said
just had to be addressed.
Carlos is over there having a migraine. It's fine. Lucia sent me here to ask you something.
Oh, about what? I'm very
Um,
knowledgeable on the history of the town. If you know.
Ask her about old legends.
Yeah, some old legends in town. What we got in town?
Oh boy. I mean, you're gonna have to narrow it down for me, dears. There's a
God.
lot. This town's been here since the early 1800s.
Particularly of the macabre sort.
Macabre, you say?
The flayed one. The flayed one.
Thank you for ripping off the band-aid. I was about to do it myself from back here.
Yeah,
My
I
head
see
feels
where
like
that
a
was going.
spikes through it.
I could see where that was going. Yeah.
There's like an inhale, like a through her dentures,
Yeah.
and yeah. Come on over here, and she like shuffles off deeper into the store,
Oh.
and as you're going along, you actually see there's a counter that was kind of hidden by like a stack, but of just items, and you see a very bored-looking teenage boy who's just sitting there flipping through like a magazine with headphones on, and like they're blaring what sounds like metal, and he doesn't even look up. And there's a somewhat of a family resemblance. You think it might be a grandson, but you just walk past him. He doesn't even look up. But she shuffles in further into the store, and she's like, she stops and turns. She's like, okay, so you've met me and Mr. Bloody Bones. What's
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
and why is Lucia sending you to talk about him?
I work for the preserve, and during
We met him.
yeah, we saw him.
Oh my, he actually saw you?
Yeah,
Like
he
saw
looked
you?
right at us. He looked
Oh,
right at us. There's an animated GIF and everything.
What's a GIF?
I don't know what weird terms you youngins are using, but that is not good. Yes, he's kind of the local devil that's been here since before there was a town and the valley was just kind of, long before any of the white men showed up. He's been here, local legends, as far back as there have been people.
Damn. He's old.
Stories about an old man with no skin taking delight in dismembering and pain. Yeah, he's a bad boy.
Well, what do you know about him? Besides just that he's been here a while.
I mean, he delights in pain, causing pain. He seems to like being in pain, from what some stories of survivors have said, where he will laugh when people fight back, and as far as I can tell, he's unkillable. Many people have tried and have even said they've successfully killed him many times. Like, like one of my favorite stories of Calamitous Case Corv was her encounter with old Bloody Bones down in the mines, and
Calamitous Kate
she
met Bloody
got off
Bones?
the grid. Sorry,
Calamitous
what?
Kate met Bloody Bones?
Oh yeah, Calamitous
Holy
Case.
shit.
It was supposedly one of her last adventures. A lot of her stories are all speculation and hearsay, but from what I can tell, yes, she encountered him. And this is like your first true confirmation, Olivia, that Calamitous Case Corv was a real person rather than just like a cowboy novels character.
Her Olivia's eyes are glowing. This is finding out your childhood hero is real. She's just eyes wide, glowing like stars in her eyes.
Santa is real and he fights demons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Holy shit. Pardon my language.
Oh no, it's fine. You should hear the way my grandson talks. He's a real bastard. Oh, but don't worry.
God, that's so accurate to a little old lady, though. That's so accurate.
He's a little too much like my son, so She just shrugs that old lady vibe of just like, I'm too old to care about not talking shit about the ones I love.
Aw.
But so he's seen you, and well, what happened?
It's a
And
long story.
yeah, we can say that you catch her up, so you don't have to repeat word for word.
We keep out the sensitive details, but yes.
Okay, and she's like, "Oh wow, you were actually." Like, do you mention that you were in the superorganism?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably
Wasn't sure if
important.
Hanzo would let you, but
I mean, will you, Hanzo? Are you gonna try and stop me, Hanzo?
He just looks at you.
And she looks
So-
back. She looks you right in the eyes and she said, "Yeah, we were inside the superorganism." And then she pauses and waits for Hanzo to say anything.
like, oh my, I haven't been to a superorganism since they closed the museum. Wow, I got a little Southern Belle there for a second.
It's fine, sugar. Sorry. It's very easy to slip into that.
She's
oh mercy.
she's like, yeah, from what we can tell, he's the superorganism wasn't officially discovered until this century, but it's so old that a lot of old mysteries and folklore probably be tied to it, and from what we can tell, he's tied to it too.
All right. I mean, he certainly looks the part.
When he's been killed, he always seems to crawl back out of the super organism. So
That's so.
whether or not it's the same one that managed to crawl his way back after being killed, or like the superorganism just grows to him, gives a shrug. I don't know what's scarier. That something can't be killed like that, or something's, can't, or the superorganism's not letting it die. She shrugs.
That's real
Wow.
strange.
That's a dose of existential dread I don't need.
Yeah.
They call him the these bunch of names: Flayed One, the Pain Drinker, Fear Eater.
Fuck.
Your pick. But, I mean, one of the things that they call him is also the Many Cursed. Like, supposedly this boy's been cursed so many times over the centuries that they don't work on him anymore. And Connor, that's ringing all kinds of bells.
Mm.
So, like, he's been cursed enough that at this point he's just a perpetual motion machine.
Much that he basically is a walking curse.
Okay, but like magic though.
Connor raises an eyebrow. That goes.
Connor and Carlos are both there, just like
You two have refused
for the
fucking explain.
first time.
Okay, Connor has never given away that he's magic. There's been hints, but he's never
Okay,
blatantly
I
given.
know it's
Carlos,
Carlos has
says
refused
how
to explain.
Carlos at this point just bluntly goes, "For fuck's sake, Olivia. What do you
Just-
think
what,
I've been doing this
You
entire
want to
time?
fucking explain something, Carlos?
Magic.
Damn.
Holy shit."
Oh,
Damn. Olivia's
you-
just going for throats.
Olivia sees the weird shit at this point. She's not afraid to fucking
little
bait it out of
like
you.
just her giant glasses as she squints at Carlos, and she's like, "Oh yes, you do have the look." And she
Thank
reaches
you.
into her like librarian uniform. I don't know how else to describe how old ladies dress like this, and she pulls out a really old looking, like old fashioned tuning fork. And she just gives it a ding, and there's just like this really fine crystal note, and she's just like, I may dabble.
Oh.
Hmm?
Oh my
Dun dun
god.
dun.
Damn, I
And
know
she just kind of
people
goes,
have-
forbidden
like,
knowledge.
the reason little Lucia sent you to me.
What?
That's
She
absolutely fair.
winks and goes, there was a reason little Lucia sent you to me.
Oh.
If you're looking for information on Bloody Bones.
Okay, fair enough. She shoots Carlos a grin.
How's Hanzo feeling about this revelation?
Carlos has watched him pull actual fire out of his hands. If anyone else in the party just straight up knew Carlos was magic, it was Hanzo.
Mm-hmm. It's like, look, Hanzo has always believed that there's much more to the world than just the material.
Absolutely fair.
I mean, yeah, he watched a guy back in Japan wearing a white suit just light on fire and throw a guy through a wall.
What?
Jesus. All right.
What?
It's
I
a
know what
Yakuza
reference
hero
that is.
trope.
God damn.
Yakuza series set in the 80s, and one of the things is when you're in combat, one of the combat modes is you just like look like you've got like Saiyan fire on you, and it's just always this comedic thing where people joke like, what if that's actually how he looks like in reality?
There's a reason Kiryu Kazuma's nickname is the Dragon. It's not because It's not because he's intimidating. It's because the camera's on fucking fire, man.
That's his fighting stance. It's the dragon stance.
Yeah, it's just
So,
Fans
yeah,
light a match.
Yakuza jokes. I love that game series. That's one of my favorites. But anyways, yeah. So she just kind of like smiles and tucks the tuning fork away, and she goes, and then she kind of gets serious again. She's like, "Now, you say that the Bloody Bones killed these poachers and set loose the endofauna, as you called it?"
Correct.
Yeah, that's what we call the creatures inside the superorganism.
I mean, that's. And she like that seems uncertain. She's like, I don't know if that's odd or makes sense since he is part of the superorganism, or he might be. As far as we speculated,
He
but
might not like us because we're not part of the superorganism. Has
We
there
don't
been
even-
stories about him hurting other endofauna?
oh yes, yeah, many times. Anything that crosses him, he'll kill.
To be fair, all he did was laugh at us and then go deeper into the superorganism, and we did the smart thing of getting the hell out of there.
That's probably why you're alive. Yeah,
Good to know. Yeah.
he likes to laugh. I mean, there's all kinds of like flowery titles, and I think one of them was like the one who laughs at pain or something edgy or
Yeah.
try hard like that, as my grandson calls it.
That'll never catch on.
You're not
I'm not
here.
here. Ignore me.
You hear Fred in spirit.
Yeah.
If Fred dies,
Fred's
he becomes
secretly telepathic.
dun dun dun.
But on Roger Rabbit rules, where I can only do it for a joke.
So, yeah, that she goes, there's something specific. I mean, there's no like charms or anything that keeps him away. He's like frustrating about that. It's just best to like avoid and run away if you can.
That's what we plan on doing. We just came to see if we could learn more.
Well, I have my own
um,
questions to ask.
Oh, of course. And she was just saying, it's just like from my research and own previous experiences over the years, massive amounts of bodily damage is a good way to stop him. It's just good luck managing to try it. We ran him over partially with the steamroller one time, and he was back like 3 years later.
Steamroller.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
yes, it was when they were paving the roads. It was actually kind of funny.
Magic.
I love this lady.
Ma'am, I have just the highest amount of respect for you. And I would be more energetic and exciting and probably talking to you more about magic if I hadn't opened my eye to something I shouldn't have, and I have just the biggest
That's
fucking
actually what I wanted to ask her about.
Yeah, actually,
Ma'am? It has been enlightening to learn that there's not much we can do about this ancient immortal super predator. We are dealing with another situation that is potentially supernatural.
Oh yes.
What do you know about homunculus?
Do you mean the old-fashioned way that I'm not even sure is real, or the newfangled way that I hear those sci-fi nerds up at Player Potent were pulling off?
Olivia.
Anything and
I mean,
everything.
I mean, the old stories of homunculus were artificial people or creatures, and I mean, I'm more aware of stuff that happened here. Family's been here since the founding of Redemption, but The new stuff, honestly, I hate to send you back and forth, but Lucia is the sciencey one. She would know more about that stuff than I would.
Oh, then I can handle that next time I see her.
So there wouldn't happen to be any legends that would match up, local legends of homunculus.
I mean, she kind of thinks about it. She's like, not really like artificial people. I mean, there's, spirits that show up. There's the Kachinas, lots of Native American folklore.
Things hearts being taken. How about things being killed and their hearts taken out?
Yeah, is there
Vampire
anything like something that could hit to big magic or ritual magic dealing with missing
Oh,
hearts,
I mean,
animals, and people? Also,
yeah, in terms
their
of magic, sorry.
and specifically their vascular system.
And don't worry, other crew will get to you soon. But she's thinking. I mean, there's a lot of rituals around the world that, the heart is very key to the ritual, whether it's taken from a sacrifice on site or, harvested pre-hand and used in whatever ritual you would use. I mean, and then there's like, the Central American, Mesoamericans, the human sacrifice. They love taking out hearts. There were, I mean, I think I read back east, further back east, there was a serial killer that removed hearts, but they caught him and he was just a damaged person. When I say back east, I mean like East Coast. Like, I doubt they're the same thing. And this was back in like the 70s, and they gave him the electric chair. It's all over the news. Don't worry about it.
How about something that needs both animal and human hearts, like a mixture?
She again pauses to think, and she's like, I mean, there might be some kind of spirit or creature or malevolent entity that feeds on hearts and blood. It's not out of the realm of possibilities, I think. I mean, there's some vampire myths, and I don't mean like the vampires that we live alongside and work alongside. I mean like the historical myths that some, like, they ate livers or they only kidneys. Some malevolent spirits only ate certain organs. But hearts, that is specific.
Hearts and respiratory systems. Yeah. Veins, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean,
What is the vascular system?
yeah, that is peculiar. I could go look through some books and get back to you on that, but off the top of my head, unfortunately, that is a very specific yet frustratingly vague subset for something to focus on.
All right, thank you.
That's
Because I mean, if it was something specific, like it was taking the lungs or like the stomachs, that can narrow it down. But the heart is so.
Well, it was also having all its blood drained.
I mean, there is a lot of magic to be found in blood. A lot of power.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm sorry I couldn't be more help right away, but if I find anything, and she looks to Olivia. I mean, if I find anything important in my old personal library, I'll give Lucia a ring.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
She just kind of looks to the plushie that's still in her hand, and she's like, "Well, since you're a friend of Lucia," and she pulls the tag off and she hands it over. And I get the feeling you're probably going to be coming in, more often, so it's good to get new customers.
Yeah. I will definitely come back. I'd love to hear more.
And she hands the Chupacabra plush over.
Yes.
So, gonna switch over to the others. Tommy, Fred, and Winifred. Fred. Fred squared.
I mean,
So-
the Freds.
God, I could see that being like a thing. Tommy and the Freds, Winifred. Don't call me Fred. So,
Okay, Lenny.
yeah. So,
Don't call me Brent.
Tommy, you were going
Yes.
for the gas station.
Mhm.
Okay, I will say that it wouldn't be too hard to get in. It's actually, do you have? I can't remember. Do you have like a lockpick or skill or something like that? I don't know. I should really like become more familiar with the different classes.
Well, I don't
I don't
have
know
a.
if there's something.
Yeah, I don't have a
Otherwise, I would
skill.
say roll like either sharp to try and find a way to unlock it, or you could brute force it with tough.
Uh, let's see.
When a Fred says over your shoulder.
The closest thing I have to a multi-tool is brass knuckles
Oh
and a
no.
hunting knife.
It's gonna
Like,
sucker punch the door.
alright. Let me try rolling a nice sharp 1 second. Let me go to the nice. Okay. Again, 8.
An 8. Okay, so are you going the subtle or the blunt way? Or which one did you roll? Sharp or tough?
I went sharp, but hold on. Hold on. I gotta roll something. Okay, so. Okay. And finally. Okay, I'm doing the funny way. So would that be brute forcing it?
Yes, because you go, I got my multi-tool, brass knuckles.
Okay, let me.
Punch.
Okay, that works.
Because it's just like, it's a glass door, and it's not chained or anything, and it looks like you can just punch through and unlock it, and the door's open.
Right, I have just the tool for this, guys. Slip on, slip on. Or smash!
Alright, the others
Ding.
with you? I assume they're
Wait.
not just with you as you're breaking into this place.
I thought we were
I
waiting for a
assume-
vampire.
I would assume you all went back towards the road, since I don't know if you want to hang out by the butchered coyotes.
Okay. I figured tell me what.
I mean, your cars are like Fred's car is parked at the store, so I without railroading, you could hear this happen at least. You're close enough to at least hear this.
Not quiet, shattering and window.
Like a raccoon with brass knuckles. Tommy gets in.
Yeah, There's
Wasn't me.
It's not like the dead are using it.
Where are the owners?
okay. So Tommy, you get free range, and it's just it's a decently stocked gas station in the early '90s.
Okay.
You know, snacks galore, drinks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a desert, so there's plenty of water. You know, big water jugs and stuff.
Yeah, Tommy is going to just grab a bunch of snacks, drinks, mainly just water. Anything that will keep for a while, you know?
Lots of jerkies and stuff. Chips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Avoid the
Like-
chocolate.
Yeah, that just
yeah.
melts.
Once you walk out the refrigerator, the air conditioned gas station, it's just blob.
Yeah. Even
Well-
at night, it doesn't last.
I had that happen to me here, and I just stuck it in the freezer, and like the next day, I had like a chunk of melted and then refrozen chocolate.
Yeah.
But then that sticks to the wrapper, and it's just like, oh man.
And you lick the wrapper, not thinking like small child who want chocolate.
So,
Fun. Mm-hmm.
um,
Okay.
Tommy,
Okay.
you've gone scavenge mode in there, and the Freds, you're standing out by the road listening. For Fred, it's a relief that the sun is finally down. It's, it's fallen, and it's still like you can still see the orange glow on the horizon, so it's not like completely dark night yet. But the light, the lampposts do come on along the road. And yeah, it's just quiet night. You do hear cicadas, crickets are going. Funnily enough, like you look up at the lamppost and there's all the insects buzzing around it, and you see a bat swoop down and start going to town at the bugs that are gathering around the light. And
See, we need more vampires like that in media, where they're just flying goblins, inhaling all the bugs.
Oh, she has dreams of flight.
The impossible dream.
You can do that with level ups,
The
Callie.
unfightable foe.
Yeah.
Dracula does, and that's why he rocks.
God damn it.
I'm max leveled.
there is no max level in fucking Monster of the Week.
You just kind of
Yeah.
stop being able to earn anything after a while.
To be
Yeah.
a
So,
Dracula.
Winifred and Fred, do I keep saying sharp. Jeez. It's like listening out. Yeah, you're just keeping a watch out. Roll sharp, I guess.
What use was that? That's the one with with plus
I
2
keep
sharp.
asking for sharp rolls, and it's just like I need to vary it up.
Yeah, I have the same problem. Don't worry. All right. I got a 3. That's literally the lowest score I could roll.
Oh wow. Okay, so Fred, you are Are you still intimidated by Winifred? Because now you're
Oh
alone
yeah,
with her.
absolutely. No,
She had a
absolutely. It's
little, a
terrifying.
minor freak out. Not a freak out, but like episode.
Oh yeah, this was my decision. Oh.
So you're a little too freaked out to really notice anything, but Winifred, you do hear what sounds like in the distance. You hear like the rumbling of motors and stuff of cars, traveling, but then you do hear that throaty rumble of a motorcycle engine, and it sounds nearby, but you don't see it along this road. Oh, actually, BRB real quick. Sorry. Talk among yourselves.
So
The one T.
yeah. So catch that Yankees game? Yeah, I don't either. Yeah.
A can flies out from the gas station, landing rolling nearby, coming to a stop in between you two.
He seems pretty carefree in his lifestyle, huh?
He's lost in the sauce.
Well, that can't be good for your back. Yep.
This is awkward.
Yes. So I was listening. Sorry about that. Someone was knocked on my door, so I had to talk to him. But just the awkward pair just standing there.
Uh,
So it's like that realization. It's like, oh, standing next to like a large animal. I was like, oh, this is something that could just end me if it was bored enough.
Oh, I'm in danger.
So you hear the motorcycle, and it does seem like it's getting louder, and but you're not sure if it's coming by this road yet. But you do hear a motorcycle, and actually, you would know there are, motorcycles aren't a rarity in Redemption.
mhm. Well, let's find out. Tommy says, coming back, eating an entire ham. It's a weird gas station.
I mean, if you've ever been on a road trip and stopped out at one of those random ass gas stations in the middle of the desert, they've got some weird shit. Um, Gas station ham.
I've eaten worse.
It's not any worse than gas station sushi. But okay,
Oh,
so Tommy, you join them, and yeah,
mhm.
you can hear a motorcycle off in the distance, and doesn't, and then it like fades away, so it doesn't seem like it's coming closer. So that's not really, false alarm on that one. But you've got him.
Mhm. Oh,
And
did I miss anything?
Nope.
Hmm.
um, It's just this image of the three of them standing on the side of the road at night underneath the lamp street light. One guy just eating an entire ham shank.
Yep, that is
And then
surreal desert for
girlfriend
you.
in her eye-burn clothing.
And the other just
A
like
vampire in eye-searing neon, an actual hobo, and then just a down on his luck Midwestern father.
it's looking freaked out.
It was about
Like,
as
this would be the perfect time
mismatched
for,
as a
like,
couple as a trio can be.
it's like this would be the perfect time for like a police car just to drive by, looking, giving you the weirdest look. But actually, Winifred, as you're just kind of like wondering, it's like why you're standing with these two weirdos. You hear motorcycle again, but this one sounds a little deeper, and it's actually coming up faster. And looking down the road, you see the single headlight of a motorcycle coming your way.
Okay, so I'll jump out in front of them, and they should stop, right?
Tommy, you only look like roadkill right now. Let's not make you actual roadkill.
Always bridesmaid, never the bride. Mhm.
So, and Fred, you're just standing there, right? Just so, yeah. So, yeah, it kind of looks like you're all waiting for a ride, but see a motorcycle come down the road. It does slow down as it nears, almost like it was like because like the lot lights for the lights for the lot for the gas station did come on because they're on a timer, but
Mhm.
they look like they're about to pull in and then stop and then swerve out and keep going down the road and then but then they stop when they see you, you know, the group of you as they stop like a good 15 feet away, and is a large woman, leather jacket, don't want to say stereotypical biker garb, but stereotypical biker garb. You know, jeans, heavy boots, leather jacket, and it is a dark tan skinned woman with kind of a mohawk, like a shaved mohawk that's been swept back, and really dark tinted goggles. Like too dark that she shouldn't have been able to see while driving. Hey,
Hello.
she's like looks at you and then back to the gas station where there's still the police tape, like bright yellow under the lights. Something happened at the gas station.
Motorcycles are cool.
Oh my. Uh, so it
And
begins.
like you can't see the eyes, but the head does turn, so like it looks at Fred, and Fred, it's that same feeling of when Winifred wants to freak you out.
Oh, I'm
That
completely terrified.
it's
Don't
that
worry.
vibe of like a predator looking at food. It's that same like almost psychic vibe, right?
Feels the same.
Oh, it feels like I mean, I'm not saying it's like extra sensory, but it's that same like that look of like something that could really hurt me just looked at me and I got chills kind of vibe. Um,
I'm sick of
and she goes, uh, why are you asking? It's she like looks over and she goes, I've been asleep all day. She scoffs at that and she goes, complaining about the noise. I don't go complaining when they're roaring their cars during the day.
that's true.
But yeah, I live around here, so I don't know. There's motorcycles all the time, coming on and off the freeway. She seems guarded. I mean, three people just approached her in the darkness. And actually, Winifred, because I, I'm giving you a lot of leeway with vampire senses, but mixed with that smell of like just motor oil and engine exhaust, which is probably a lot more sickening to enhanced senses, but there is that like old blood smell around coming from the bike or like from her and the bike, but it's like it smells like I don't know how to say without being too descriptive. It's like old blood that got cleaned or something. Mhm. Not even bleach. It's just like it's like it's like the smell of the motor oil has like a tinge of blood to it without like smelling like it's actually mixed. It's just for whatever reason there's that like you get a whiff of blood, but she's a vampire, or you would assume from what she said in the dark goggles. But um yeah, yeah. I mean she's still straddling and it's like rumbling like she's ready to go, but she did stop and is talking to you. Hasn't gone off the bike or turned it off. And she just, it's not like she was smiling beforehand, but she scowls, her scowl deepens as, you talk about that, and she goes, I would have expected better from another vampire that just because someone dies and there's some blood nearby, that we just go to town on them. I told that fucking detective I had nothing to do with this, and she starts to rev her engine, and she's going to try to drive off. She's driving off. That
Wow,
seemed
rude.
to Yeah, that seemed to frustrate her. And as she drives off, like, she starts putting on speed, like she wants to get away from you.
Rude.
Yeah.
I'd call that defensive.
Want me to?
You would. If you had.
Mhm.
You know what? It just occurs to me now that there might be an equivalent of racism against vampires, and I might need to take some sensitivity training on that.
At least you realize.
The fuck?
So,
So,
and
is she racist against other vampires?
and as you're having this conversation, you actually hear the revving of another engine, or it might be more than one engine. And like in the direction that she went, you see what looks to be like headlights like pulling off of the out of the bushes from the road, and then start like you see the headlights disappear and like in the direction of where she went, but you don't see any taillights. But you hear this really loud diesel engine start following up in the direction that she went.
That's ominous.
Saw headlights but no taillights. I think Fred is the only one with a car right now.
I brought the classic. She's a bit beat up, but she's a beaut. How do you feel about driving my car? Because I've actually been underselling it. This is a death trap. No, I wouldn't. Yep, he gives them.
All right, so
Yeah.
you pile into the classic, and Red, you take the lead, and you're gonna follow down the road. Okay.
I don't
So
see me
you
rolling.
follow the sound of the you follow them, like the sound of the engine trailed off by this point, by the time it took. But it's really only one road there's no turnoffs for a while, so you're pretty confident you can catch up with them. And roll act under pressure.
Hey, high five.
Plus side, I based it on Christine, so there's a non-zero chance it might just reform.
Oh my god.
I also based it on the car from the Evil Dead series that eventually gets possessed in Asterisk the Evil Dead. So there's also non-zero chance it'll turn evil and try to kill us.
You might just crash, actually.
There are.
You could use a luck point to succeed instead.
There is luck.
Okay. Yeah, that's worse than a snake eyes. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. Otherwise, things would be going real.
That is statistically the worst roll you can get in this game.
Unless you have a -2, which I don't think you can.
Yeah.
You can't, no, because -1's the lowest stat you can get.
Um, TT, you can use physical dice or a different roller. You don't have to use Avray because, as we've seen, it likes to fuck with people.
I mean, to be fair, the dice roll I've been using gave me 2 1s last time, so seems like a lateral move either way.
So, there's a moment where it's like you almost skid, but you know it's been a while since you've driven, but it comes back to you. So you're going down the road. It's nighttime, and it's fairly pretty, for you, Winifred. For Tommy and Fred, it must be kind of terrifying to see someone driving with no headlights on in the darkness, not seeing what's ahead.
It's fine. It's fine. How you doing?
So, oh God. So you're going along, and up ahead, you start hearing the sound of motorcycle engine, and but as you look ahead, you don't see. You see the motorcycle taillight, just that single taillight, and it seems that after she sped off and got a distance, she decreased speed, so she's not like race tearing down the road, but she's still going at a decent pace. But that other vehicle, you don't see it. You just see her on the road. So that's doable. And because she's got her lights on, and there are some turns and stuff, but for the most part, it's clear sightline, so you're able to keep track of her. And it's weird. You don't see that other car at all. It's like you don't see it pulled off. There's no other roads that turned off. It just like you swear you like all drove. You saw, like you heard and saw headlights turn off onto the road and start following the motorcycle, but nothing.
Okay.
And
I'll keep praying the radiator belt holds.
and you're following her, and she eventually does take a turn where instead of like continuing the road to the freeway that leads out of the valley, she turns onto a side road that a little sign or like a street marker says that it's a road that connects to the old highway, like the historic highway that like circled the valley. And it's like a pretty popular riding destination for bikers just because it's a nice lazy loop around the valley, very scenic. And but it doesn't see much use anymore now that tourism's kind of dead in Redemption. But um going along, and let's see, Tom, not just, I think everyone would hear it because you're driving in silence, and then all of a sudden, from behind your vehicle, you hear just the sudden loud revving of a diesel engine, and it sounds like it's right behind you. And suddenly, the car is
Oh my God,
flooded
cool.
with headlights from behind.
It's
And like you
after
look into
Fred.
the right, you just see winding blinding headlights just blasting into the mirrors. You can't even see what the vehicle is. And you just hear this deep, almost bestial roaring engine.
Okay.
And I think that's where we'll call it for the night.
Did we enter Ghost Rider?
Fuck.
Honk honk, motherfucker.
It's
Sorry to
after
leave
Fred.
the other
It's it's
kind of
natural prey.
station, but
Yes,
like a very
Middle-
good clip.
middle-aged white man, his favorite.
I don't know. Solid idea.
Stinger time. As the trio of you are suddenly being pursued by a mysterious vehicle that appeared without warning behind you, the camera lifts up, or metaphorical camera, and over the valley, the lights of the Redemption sparkling, starting to match the star lights as they're coming out. The moon is half full, I believe it was. Yeah. And the camera shifts and it's somewhere else, not another location in Redemption or in the valley, out of town, as you see someone look up to where the remains of two hikers, or you assume they were hikers from their clothing, are lay on the side of a hiking trail. No blood staining the wounds, desecrating their open on their torsos, as the person leans down and starts inspecting it before walking away.
Oh.
And that's where we'll leave off.